Thank you. Okay.
Sir, madam, come to the first floor.
Now, please. Just now, Miss Anita Parik madam also, she came in. With this, I'll hand over the floor to the chairman of IIT Telangana State Center to run the proceedings, continue the proceedings.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. Thank you, Honorable Sir. We are requesting Madam Antavari, please come on as IRTS, accounted with Dr. Rama. Rama sir, आप भी ऊपर आइए, kindly. Welcome, ma'am. Respected Chief Guest, Captain Dr. Bhaskar Bhandari, FI, Chairman of the Marine Engineering Division Board, IEI. Special Chief Guest and my Guru Professor Dr. B. Balkar, FI, Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, Government of Telangana. Favorite speakers, Mrs. Anita Parik, IRTS Group General Manager, Cluster Head, Hyderabad, and Engineer Gulshan, Business Assistant Director, MSME, and Chairman, IEEE, and you are Sudhakar, considered PWD Managed Sector, Engineer G. Ramana Rao Garu, HOD, Ahana Secretary, my friend Manoj Garu, N. Ramana Garu, panel of today's function, and committee members, IETS panel of you today, and senior, most eminent engineers, our Guru, all IER Vice Former Vice President S. N. Rao Garu, Dr. S. N. Rao Garu, Dr. Murli Garu, Mandavan Garu, our senior most today's joint convener and joint General Secretary, Dr. Rama, Joint General Secretary, Naroda, and our member committee members, Jaisingh Sir, Student Governor Sekharji, and today's today's Telangana Engineers Day, the grandson of Mir Ali Khan Sahab, the grandson of our Ali Nawab Jain, and my dear students, Marokasari, Rajalandaski Telangana Day Shubhakankshalu తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a hearty welcome to our respected Chief Guest, Captain Bhandari Sahab, Bhaskar Bhandari Sahab, FI Chairman of the Marine Engineering Division Board, IEI, and special guest, Professor Dr. V. Balkar Sahab, FI Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, Government of Telangana. Honorable speakers, Ms. Anita Parik, IRTS, and Assistant Director, MSME Chairman, Mr. Gulshan Ji, Vijay Sudhakar Ji, and our friends, Transport Environment, one day seminar, role of the drive force and intermodal transports in the empowerment of the maritime infrastructure, 11 July today, about the several integrated ecosystem of the drive force, including the container deposit, ICDs, and intermodal transport served in the continuous between the India, Industrial Heartland, and its coastal gateways. Drive force acts as a transshipment hub that provides the same customs and storage and logistics services as a traditional seaport, but are located in the hinterland. Their role in the maritime infrastructure includes sustainability, integrated agro clusters, inland drive force, ICDs, are involving into the Agro-logistic parks. These includes pre-cooling centers, refining chambers, and automated storage lines with directive source. Waste reduction by the integrated cold chain intermodal transport system referred to the railway wagons or the 25 to 30% in the post-heavy harvest loss in perhaps is a project to be drop below 5% by 2047, directly boosting farmer incomes and the exports values and the high value crops like grapes and mangoes and seafoods industry, the MSC and the joint clusters. Port line industrialization. Instead of the industries growing, the coast dry ports allow MSCME clusters in landlocked states, example Punjab and Madhya Pradesh, to function if there were a coastal line. Intermodal transport cities impose the maritime sector in largely coast reduction of the dedicated tight corridors, DFCs for coastal shipping and inland waterways last mile connectivity. Global transport system hubs by mastering the interland to port connectivity in course of the itself the primary transport system alternative for the Indo-Pacific region. Lastly, on behalf of the Telangana State Center, Minister of Finance, on my own behalf, I once again extend a hearty welcome to all to this important event. When Nizam was the rule, we are having Machilipatnam, Mr. Arif Saab of Jante Honge. In those days, Nizam purchased some 3 or 4 mandals handed to the SWL Hyderabad State to Madras State, that is Andhra. My place also comes under that Nadigudam, Kodada, and also Samunga, 2 Puranas, 70 Puranas is there. So in that way, I'm requesting photos once again to all. Thank you. I am requesting Colonel N.V. Ramna garu to give me the opportunity. So, Mike.
On behalf of the IEI, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest, Captain Bandarkar Bhaskar ji, Dr. Balkrishna Reddy garu, Anita ji, Gulshankar ji, URP Sudhakar garu, Dr. Sudhakar garu, and G.V. Ramana Rao garu. Captain Bandarkar Bhaskar is a council member, chairman of the IEI Marine Engineering Division. And he is also the Director General at Institution for Innovation, Industrial Engineering and Entrepreneurship. He is a highly decorated maritime professional, veteran, naval officer, and the chairman of the Marine Engineering Division in the IEI. Indian Navy veteran, he served as a commander and captain of the Indian Navy. Notably, he was the engineering officer on board INS Chakra, the first nuclear-powered submarine operated by the Indian Navy. Then museum commissioning, he was also the commissioning officer in charge for the famous Ursula Submarine Museum in Visakhapatnam. You must have seen on the Ramakrishna Beach, the famous submarine. Then institutional leadership beyond his council role at IEI, he served as the Director General of the Institution for Innovation in Industrial Engineering and Entrepreneurship in Mumbai, and was elected as the Vice President of the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. Key achievements and recognition: Prime Minister's Trophy. He holds a national record for winning the prestigious Prime Minister's Trophy for 3 consecutive years. Naval commendations, commended twice by the Flag Officer, Commanding in Chief, Eastern Naval Command, for the dedicated professional acumen and leadership. Then academic background, holds degrees in science and engineering, master's degree in engineering and management, and PhD from the Birla Institute of Technology. He is also a gold medalist from the National Civil Defense College, Ministry of Home Affairs. A warm welcome, sir. Ms. Anita Barik, Senior General Manager, Container Corporation of India. She is IRTS officer with extensive experience across freight and passengers operations, commercial strategy, multimodal logistics, and governance reforms within the one of the world's largest railway networks. Has expertise in driving initiatives and enhanced connectivity, trade facilitation, and sustainable transport. International exposure as railway advisor at the High Commission of India, Dhaka, where he managed bilateral railway cooperation and key infrastructure projects supported by the Government of India. Skilled in stakeholder engagement, project management, and regional trade facilitations. Trained at premier global institutions in port logistics at Antwerp, Flanders Port Training Center, Belgium, and in public policy at the University of California, Berkeley. You're warm welcome, madam, for the event. About the same. With my following brief presentation, I wish to lay the tone and foundation platform for this seminar, which I hope will attract all of us in some positive takeaway thoughts by the end of this program. Hopefully, it will lead to pragmatic developments soon to benefit the state and the nation in general. At the IEI, we members endeavor to share our collective wisdom to provide solutions for the benefit of society, and I trust this meeting would serve that purpose. I would just like to give a brief presentation for the maritime sector and the introduction, the evolution of the institution of engineers. Here, the maritime sector post-independence is the present need of the hour, and ideas for today and tomorrow. That is what will be presented in the next few sessions. Sharing maritime technology and wisdom for the society's benefit is the objective. Evolution of the institution of engineers. Basically, the institution was initiated by in the colonial era of the British Empire in 1920. Later, it is incorporated by the Royal Charter in 1935 in the King George V era. Basically, if you see, the institution has been incorporated by the Britishers because India was explored and exploited at least by 3 European countries, namely the United Kingdom, France, and Portugal, which have colonized various zones of the country: Goa, Daman, Diu, Pondicherry, Yanam, and a large part of our country, Bharat. In the pre-colonial era, our country was viewed across the globe as highly cultured and skilled, rich nation in agriculture, arts, crafts, and trade. About 40% of the global trade was conducted through this region. This map shows the British India in 1914, where the red dots were the Portuguese colonies, and then the blue dots were the French colonies of Pondicherry and Yanam. And the remaining was the large part was under the colonial rule of United Kingdom. If you see, the only ocean in the world named after any country is the Indian Ocean. Other oceans, they are not named after any countries. Because the importance was the recognition of the Indian trade in those days was the key factor which had prompted the global community to recognize this as Indian Ocean. Post-independence, the country had to start from scratch with all its wealth looted under the colonial empire. So when 40% of the trade was going through during that pre-colonial era, by the time we got the independence, it came down to 3%. So the maritime route was the approach for the foreigners to explore and exploit in the name of conducting trade, as the East India Organization or British India Organization from the Calcutta headquarters. It was the key access for the colonizers to approach the nation via the sea. So actually, it is the maritime sector and marine engineering which really helped them to access our country. So, but in the landlocked states and all, it is slowly the prominence has totally faded away. Post-independence, the first ever Maritime India Summit was organized only recently in 2016, nearly 70 years after liberation. Until then, we were really fighting or struggling to come over from that British rule for the sustenance the thing. And as I told, the 5th of April was earmarked as statutory holiday for the marine this thing in our IEI calendar also. So we at the Marine Engineering Division have a great responsibility in developing the nation to revolutionize the industries through our forward-thinking solutions. Serving on the high seas day-to-day, we face day-to-day challenges. Our Marine Engineering Division has cumulative wisdom to provide game-changing solutions to our developing society. Now we take the Telangana state and see what we can do for the development of the society. Telangana, given the social categorization, if we see, the number of districts are 33, and number of mandals are 594, and number of panchayats are 12,700. Now coming to the seminar's objective, Telangana per capita income is the highest in the country at 4.2 lakhs per annum. This is actually chiefly driven by the ever expanding IT sector, which is about 10 to 11 lakhs per annum, which accounts for 10 to 11 lakhs. That is about 65% of the state GSDP is coming from the IT sector. However, the other two sectors today we are trying to find solutions for is the agriculture sector, which is the largest employer in Telangana, supporting 45% to 47% of the total workforce. But GSDP share is partly paltry, just a small share of 17.3%. And per capita income in the rural sector is less than 1.8 lakhs, which is below poverty line, coming to on the border line. About 3 crores of the population is nearly at the borderline or below the BPL benchmark. The industrial sector is predominantly driven by defense, pharma, exports, and technology-led manufacturing and concentrated around the Greater Hyderabad metropolitan region. Real estate development is a consequence of the IT sector's earning capacity. GSDP is also again paltry 17% of the industry sector. Population of Telangana is about 4 crores and 1.5 crore acres of land is under agriculture. It is cultivated by nearly 60 lakh farmers, of whom 85% of them are small farmers holding about 2.5 to 3 acres. Their agriculture activity is basically subsistence farming, which just goes hand to mouth type of activity. Here now we are now coming to the focusing of how we connect this agriculture farmers to the ICDs and dry ports. That is where our next sessions will focus on. To frame the network of logistics in the prevailing scenario of agriculture and the farmers, how these farmers can independently be supported and make the agriculture profession viable with limited financial resources also. The main threats which these farmers face are the scanty rains or untimely torrential rains, and they lead to distress sale by the farmers. And another drawback the farmers face is a fair market price produced based on the supply and demand in the region. He seeks at least a minimum support price for survival. So preservation, storage, handling and transport facility at his fields are his immediate requirements. Then the key takeaways for the farmers, the provision of infrastructure like handy containers from the fields to the mandal zones and district zone ICDs. And then because these handy containers are the ones which really connect them to the collective marketing network. Basically, our Indian marketing or Indian farming cannot really get into cooperative farming because farmers' democracy prevails. Then, and another for the this reduces handling and transport costs. Actually, this boosts the farmer's confidence to preserve, stack, and store his produce until the suitable time whenever he wants to market. For the exporters, the cold chambers for part sharing at the mandal zones driven by solar energy and pumped storage facility. These are the key factors which we try to focus on. The pre-cooling of the agriculture produce, grapes, mangoes, chilies, etc. They are the ones which really can be very significant in the market. Then handling and storage costs can be reduced from the land-based transport to the coastal sea from 18% to 4%, which will result in a better profit margin for all those concerned. We take this message to the administration and associated organizations which are like Raitu Bandhu, Raitu Bima, NABARD, Rural Electrification Corporation, and other things for the future implementation. Thank you so much.
Now I'm requesting Professor Balakrishna Garu, sir is on to go. So I'm requesting Dani Ravishankar Garu, Joint House Secretary, to introduce us.
Good morning to all. Happy Telangana Engineers Day. So it is great privilege and honor to me to introduce our special and dynamic guest, Professor Dr. Balakrishna Reddy Garu, who is the Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, Government of Telangana. Professor Dr. Balakrishna Reddy is a renowned academic and seasoned professional with extensive academic and administrative experience. Before joining the School of Law, Professor Reddy had a distinguished career serving as the former Vice Chancellor and Registrar of Nalsar, the famous university in India and the world also. Hyderabad, he is also the director of the Center for Aerospace and Defense Laws and the Center for Tribal and Land Rights. Additionally, he served as the LLM course coordinator for International Trade and Business Laws at Nalsar University of Law, Hyderabad. Professor Balakrishna Reddy began his academic journey by obtaining his LLM in International Law of Usmania University, followed by MPhil and PhD in International Air and Space Law from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. With over 3 decades of teaching, research, and administrative experience, Professor Reddy's expertise in international laws has earned him several prestigious accolades, and he received the meritorious State Teachers Award from the Higher Education Department, Government of Telangana in 2017, and Nalsar's Excellence in Research Award for his outstanding publications in 2021. Professor Reddy is globally recognized for his work in international air and space law and has presented numerous research papers at prestigious national and international forums, including the United Nations. He played a crucial role in bringing the Nobel Peace Prize Award winning Institute de Droit International, that is Institute of International Law, to Nalsar for its 78th session during 10th September 2017, a first in India and second in Asia besides his academic pursuits. Professor Reddy has been actively involved as a visiting faculty in various institutions and universities abroad, contributing to the dissemination of legal knowledge internationally. Notably, he has been associated with institutes like Leiden University, McGill University, University of Cologne, and more, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You have given valuable time for us to greet this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for nice introduction. So, good morning to one and all, respected dignitaries on the dais, Chairman Ramana Naik, other friends on the dais, off the dais, friends. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this great day. Of course, today, just now, previous speaker spoke about the Telangana Engineers Day. Greetings to all of you, because you are all engineers and, of course, law person. So, yes, very topic of the topical importance today you choose. That's why I'm here, talking about the role of dry ports. And, it's a multimodal transport, particularly in creating the infrastructure. So, I'm happy to share a few minutes about, because Delang, you're going to talk about the marine sector importance. Why we are here? Why? What kind of importance marine sector particularly in infrastructure creates, I'll speak about. So you all know that, friends, 71% of the globe is covered with water, not mere water. It gives you, abundant resources of living and non-living resources. Okay, all kinds of. That's why oceans, seas are so important for humanity. Not today we are talking about in the 21st century, but since time immemorial, since ancient times. That's why the states means countries actually extended their jurisdiction to extract the resources, both living and non-living. That's where the journey started, in ancient times to medieval, because of lot of inventions, innovation, discoveries, part of the humanity, way more focused on the marine because of the resources, whether it's the shipping related, all those Renaissance, Reformation movement, sea route, sea trade, all connected with the marine industry because of the resources. And particularly countries extracted these resources. Earlier, we used to call as a law student of maritime law and also student, professor of law, maritime law. I can speak few minutes about giving the idea. So why, this sector, when rules were not there, law was not there, countries used to claim their jurisdiction. When we talk about the maritime sector, in 1 minute, I'll, sum up how, jurisdiction extended to these oceans. We have internal waters, then 12 nautical miles, what we call territorial waters, another 12 nautical miles, up to 24 nautical miles, what we call contiguous zone, 200 nautical miles, what we call, E is the exclusive economic zone. Beyond that, we have a high seas. That is the, states means countries get jurisdiction. Of course, how it happened through customary practices, but, over the centuries, League of Nations was created where, lot of discussion happened to regulate the maritime resources. Laws were, happened, international law, basically. We used to call, how this concept evolved is marine liberation, means liberation of the sea, freedoms of the sea. Earlier, particularly Dutch companies, all those, they followed this principle. Then some states objected, countries objected, and then closed sea, marine closure. Then, all this have, today, I don't want to go into that, but, League of Nations did lot of work after First World War, which was created. Today, United Nations, part of the United Nations. Earlier, we used to call IMCO, International Maritime Consultants Organization, but today we have IMO, International Maritime Organization, is the United Nations, specialized agency which regulate entire global ports and, sea route, sea, everything. So that's the background which we have. So yes, maritime industry contributes, I always say the kind of, resources we have just now, I told you, but why this kind of discussion? As a chairman, what is my contribution to this sector? Yeah, I'm presenting before you. Yes, wherever I go, I say that, I start with opportunities from deep seabed to outer space. I was just talking to a space, scientist earlier also. From deep seabed, not mere water, I just now told, but the kind of resources we have, kind of employment, I'll tell you. There is one document called Maritime India Vision document released by Prime Minister in December 23. This document says, again, ports and, other related. This document says up to 2030, India is going to have 3 lakh crore investments through public-private partnership, PPP model, and 20 lakhs jobs up to 2031. You can, Google it. That's up to 30. Another document, Sagarmala 2047. It talks about that by 2047. 2047, the importance. We are going to celebrate India, 100 years of our independence. Today, a lot of transformation is happening in all sectors, from developing to developed country, third world country to the largest economy, exporter, all these things part of that. But coming to the maritime sector, this 2047 document says, up to 2047, 1 crore plus jobs. You want to Google it. So this is the kind of employment we have. We as I think all engineers sitting here, educators, what is our, endeavor? We should see that, students get benefits or employment. That's what, first part. As a chairman, representing 20 lakh students, 2 lakh faculty members, 20 plus 20, 40 universities I represent. Okay, as a chairman, what is our mandate? when it comes education in general, of course, I'll speak 2 minutes about the maritime education. What is our mandate? Mandate is higher education, including maritime education. Higher education at the doorsteps of the needy with affordable cost without compromising quality. Higher education should, affordability, accessibility, quality, equity, and inclusion. That is what mandate, and maritime education should be part of that. So, yes, if I say so, what is my mandate? What I'm contributing to this maritime? Though you are a maritime engineer sitting here, my endeavor is to see that, this is an unexplored sector, lot of scope, 2030, 2047, just now I said. So we in Telangana higher education last 1 year, doing a lot of work, all the sectors, but coming to the maritime, Dr. Ramana Naik, he is my friend, known me for last 25 years. So what is Telangana Council of Higher Education? As Telangana education is towards the maritime related industries. Yes, we are doing a lot of curriculum revision in all, but focusing on the 2 courses we introduced for maritime sector is BA, maritime technology, commerce and governance, MA, maritime governance. Okay, these 2 courses, though maritime university is there, but we are focusing in Telangana. So to reach to the students because opportunities are there. So we are introduced, they are in the process. So that is what, as a chairman, my contribution to my Telangana people is that we are bringing innovative courses, value added courses, employable courses, including the maritime sector. So I just wish to tell all the leaders here, particularly I was discussing with some of the speakers also. So friends, it is a time for all, I think we have to give a direction to the future generations, particularly students. Why? Because India is going to lead. There is no hesitation in saying today whole world is eyeing on India, looking towards India. Why? Because India is being the youngest country in the world, youth nation of the world. 65% of the population is 35 years age below, 50% of the population is 28 years age below. So that is where we as a nation should contribute to the global society. So that's where the direction education matters. So part of that, lot of reforms we are making in higher education, where I just shared what is the little efforts we are doing towards the maritime sector because of the potential, job opportunities and other things. So this is little bit efforts we are doing. I hope all of us to work in this thing to help, students to get more specialized courses like maritime sector. So with this, I have a, other program, you can extend, excuse me for, leaving. Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy sir. Actually, sir supposed to go for CM classes for import opening, but I requested Bandar sir and Aisa Raj both they requested we have to call the Professor Akbar Sadigar. Now we are requesting to open the Maritime and Landscape 2030 opportunity and challenges by Professor Reddy garu. Sir, what is the I get. I'm requesting S. Rao garu, Aisa Raj garu, please come and join the program and the conditions are also. A lot of thanks, Professor Reddy sir, Bhaskar sir, to introduce the UG and PG courses in the maritime thing.
Side year.
And we are proud of you, sir is our committee member and our corporate member. And he did so many recent projects and aerospace and also seafood. Thank you. Thanks. So we are presenting Professor Bhaskar Reddy by our Bandar chief guest. No. We are host come guest. Fast. Yeah, now I'm requesting Mandal Sahab, our chief guest, to kindly introduction. Or-
చిన్న చెప్పండి నాకు మెకానిక్ చిన్న చెప్పాడు అసలు మధ్యాహ్నం వస్తాం మధ్యాహ్నం భోజనం చేయవచ్చు వస్తాం
Namaskar, Hyderabad. Today, when I stand in front of you, I am with the dual feeling. Emotional and the feeling of pride. Emotional because some 20 years back, this place, very place, erstwhile the combined Andhra, it was like a mica for me. My mother place, my professional journey, my first step in the wonderful journey of professional thing started in 2005 from this place only. And then you have decided, my daughter is very good, so she should be given to the good place, and you have put forward me to the Institution of Engineers headquarters. I am very emotional because I am visiting this place after 20 years. It's not that I always, every year I come to my Sasural, which is there in Gachibowli. Director Saab was there, Nageshwar Rao, he was our guru. When I was there, he was very much in our committee. IS and Raju Garu was also there. I think he gone outside. Yeah, he's coming. So, good things, whatever I am today at international level, I tell with great pride. I learned from very this place. And I remember every time the contribution of this place in my professional development. And I'm proud also. Why proud? Because this place continue to excel, continue to grow. Such a beautiful facility here, such a beautiful set of people, and Ramana Garu, I see many good activities taking place. Lot of distinguished people, they are visiting this place. This gives honor, pride, and respect to our institution of engineers, which is 105-year-old, and the largest professional institution is the world. Our total association is about 10 lakhs. Nobody is, no institution has this honor. Respected Ramana Rahul, the dynamic chairman of Institute
మేడం కనబడట్లేదు.
Possibility of not caring. And at that was the time also containers have started coming to India, export import containers. So we did not have any capability that time. And this transportation should happen fast and efficiently, and the agency should have a little bit of independence, because again, if it is happening within the railway bureaucracy, things will get there, they may get off track sometimes. So in 1988, Container Corporation was created by Ministry of Railways for this specific task. There are two tasks on Container Corporation. One is to transport the EXIM boxes, that is export and import boxes. Second one is to carry the domestic traffic, which is the non-bulk carrier, which was the loose traffic, to aggregate them at one place. Let's say I have 5 people carrying something, I'll aggregate at one place and make a full train for a particular destination, and then I carry it. So that was the aim. And then Concord did a wonderful job. I think as a public sector unit, it is the job of Concord to establish a logistic network across India. And today Concord has established 68 terminals all over India. And of course, we have 2 terminals here in Telangana. We have one completely export-import exclusive terminal at Sanatnagar in Hyderabad, and we also have another terminal exclusive for domestic in Nagalapalli. And in all the states, almost all states of India, we have Container Corporation has established terminals. And beyond establishing terminals, Concord has also supported industry in many ways. For example, the leading industries who are manufacturing and exporting all over the world. For example, Vedanta, they have a plant, it's one of the biggest plant in Asia. They produce alumina. It is in Jharsuguda, Odisha. So what I was trying to say now that why dry ports are important, because your raw material is at that place. You are getting coal there because power production is also important for industry activity. So you cannot take these activity to the port side. So you are going to establish your industry in a hinterland. So providing a greater connectivity from that hinterland to a port is the biggest support that we can do to the industry or to the agricultural hubs. So the plant that is in Vedanta, Jharsuguda, Container Corporation operates train from there to Visakhapatnam port, and then they are exporting to the whole of the world. They export to Europe, they export to America, they also do to Australia and Southeast Asia. So that is how the industry is becoming competitive, because their cost of production is cheaper at the place where they're getting the raw material. Otherwise, they have to carry all the raw material and inventory to the port side, create a factory there, and then start doing business. That will be very, very expensive. That is why dry ports and connectivity to the hinterland is the most important thing. I just want to give another example. This is a very small scale industry example I'll give. This is an industry called Manorama Industries in Chhattisgarh. They have a plant in Raipur. It's a very unique industry. So in Raipur and Chhattisgarh area, it's a tropical place. So we have a lot of sal trees. If you are familiar with sal tree, we have a lot of sal trees there. And it's a forest produce. Generally, tribals will collect those sal trees during the season, and those sal seeds they just sell in the market, and people used to press those sal seeds and they can extract oil, and it is of very low value. It doesn't have the use of the sal trees oil is not much, sal seed oil. But we had an innovative and creative entrepreneur there, and this person established a pressing unit in Raipur itself. And this produce is collected from the self-help groups and cooperative kind of management that the tribals are involved in. Government also does some kind of support. It's the small units kind of thing. They also give some kind of incentives because there are women who work. They just collect the sal seeds from the forest and then they supply. These sal seeds are pressed by this unit here, and they refine the oil and they create sal butter, and the sal butter is utilized in all the chocolate industry, and it is exported to world over. It is utilized by Nestle, Ferrero Rocher, Kinder Joy, all confectionery industry, and it's being at a small place, they have created a niche market for themselves. And it is from whole of the forest produce. They not only press sal seeds oil, they create sal seed butter. Other than that, they also do mango kernel, which is a waste for everybody. They collect those mango kernels and they extract butter from it, and that is also exported to the mostly European countries, and it is utilized in beauty products like L'Oreal shampoo, L'Oreal cream, all those. These global brands are procuring from India, and it's a proud moment. Like it's a small unit, and it has created so much of value. They also import a lot of shea nuts from West Africa. The shea nuts are also utilized in chocolate industry and all. Shea butter is also utilized, and that also is utilized for face creams. Shea butter cream, because it is very good in enriching the skin and all of those things. So, and why that market has become competitive? Because Raipur, there is a ICD opened by Container Corporation. That is the only ICD in the whole of Chhattisgarh, and they get their containers to Visakhapatnam port, and Container Corporation does a end-to-end logistic service for this company. Their boxes are picked up at Visakhapatnam port. Container Corporation's trailer will go to the port, bring their boxes into our ICD, and then we move it by train to Chhattisgarh to Raipur, and then we also put it in our trailer and send it to the factory. So the end-to-end whole of the logistics is taken care of Container Corporation. Since Conquer established its ICD, this industry has grown like anything, and today it has probably more than 8,000 crores of market capitalization it has. So that these are examples that has been created, that hinterland logistics can really be competitive and they can proliferate and they can be confident that we are going to be competitive in global market because there is someone who is giving connectivity, someone who is taking care of your logistics efficiently, because that really matters. Similarly, Chhattisgarh was a very backward state when it got separated from Madhya Pradesh, and their development was really bad. But that has also become one of the states with major rice export. This was also a surprise for me. Chhattisgarh exporting so much of rice to West Africa and African countries. And that is again, that's what I'm saying, that the ICD to the port connectivity is wonderful. We are no less in Telangana. Sanatnagar ICD is very well connected to JNPT because this is our, and lot of our industries are utilizing Sanatnagar ICD, especially pharma. Pharma is our very strong strength here and very strong potential. So all our pharma companies and they almost, whenever I go to other places, other countries, they call that Hyderabad is the pharma capital of the world. It is treating the whole world with our medicines produced here in Hyderabad. Everybody knows Hyderabad all over the world because of the pharma. We have excellent quality and excellent R&D going on here. Every day our industry here is innovating itself. But other than pharma, as Mr. Ramana has been saying, we have great potential in agriculture also. And in our other terminal, Nagarapalli, we do a lot of rice movement from our Nagarapalli terminal to Mundra port. Because JNPT generally is our exim, this one, but sometimes what happens, the transporter or the exporter who are there, they find a different competitive of cost at a different port. So we give them all kinds of solution. If they want to take it, they clear their cargo here itself in our Sanatnagar terminal and they want to take it to JNPT, welcome. But if they are finding it competitive, that they can take in a container corporation's box, which is a domestic box from here to the port side, and they can stuff it in the port side because it is cheaper sometimes. If the shipping line is giving a good price there, then they could load from there. So we do connect that also. Another story I just want to share here, as we are discussing that how dry port is very important. I had a very little experience in Andhra Pradesh. There is an area called Taripatri, most of you would know probably, and it is an area where a lot of banana is produced. I think more than 3 lakh tons of banana or something is produced there. And India is one of the largest producer of banana, other than South American countries and all. But we export very little banana. The challenge is only this logistics, nothing else. And our banana qualities are very good. There is a market out there. We have a huge market, but we cannot export them because it is very expensive to export our banana. So I traveled around the Taripatri area, and what we saw is that though production is happening very well, the quality is also good, but moving the boxes from JNPT to Tadipatri and from Tadipatri back to JNPT, the cost is very high as compared to road. But road, of course, there is a lot of wastage because these bananas, they cannot be transported in normal containers. They have to go in refrigerated container at 13 degree of temperature. So if I have to transport them in 13 degree of temperature, first I have to get those refrigerated containers from JNPT to Tadipatri. Since they are refrigerated containers, no other commodity can be loaded there. So it has to come empty. So first thing what will happen, I have to pay empty cost. Then I have to load it. After loading, I have to put 2 generators in the train. Those 2 generators will be continuously working and maintaining the temperature connected to all the refrigerated containers, and they have to reach the NPT in 13 degrees Celsius, all intact, so that the quality is not compromised and the exporter is not losing their
మీటింగ్ జరుగుతుంది కదా
profitability on this. So this whole exercise is very, very expensive. We tried and we did 7 or 8 trains of export from Tadipatri to this one, but it is challenging. And for supporting this, we need lot of infrastructure development. We also need a little bit of government support. It's not easy sometimes for a private sector person, exporter or the farmers to, carry out all the activities themselves and be competitive at the market. So of course, we have shared our experiences with Andhra Pradesh government, and they were also going to give some incentive to the farmers. And here, as Mr. Ramana has been saying, that agriculture has a lot of potential in Telangana. Telangana is also doing a lot of rice production, but it's an untapped market. We are not able to do as much of export as we are producing, and our domestic need is after our domestic need is met, we have a huge surplus, I believe, which is still out there in the market, but we are not able to do. So here, I just want to emphasize that, but ICDs have all the capability, and they are the catalyst of growth. What we also do, as I was telling earlier, ICDs are not only transporting or doing custom clearance. This is only one part of the activity, but ICDs are also doing a lot of other services. For example, if you are sending an agricultural product, you have to fumigate your product. If you are sending rice, you have to fumigate. So that activity can be carried out in the ICD itself. You want to package it in a different way, or the way your importer wants or your customer wants, that packaging can happen in ICD. You can do the palletization and lot of associated activities which are required. So all of that activity can be carried out in the ICDs. And ICDs have great network of other people supporting activities like forwarding agents, CHAs who do the thing, who can guide. And today, running trains or managing a dry port is not the only thing. We also have to manage a lot of information. This is a complex supply chain world where you have to constantly give information to all the stakeholders. Most of the things are digitalized. Let's say the vessel has come or it is coming to JNPT. I need to have the information in advance, and I need to tell that information to my customers so that they plan their activity. For example, they are producing something, so they need to know when is my container coming. So that visibility is also important. So in today's world, we cannot think of doing anything without IT support. So IT and IT related applications and other things are also very important. And Concur has heavily invested on all of that, giving information to the customer on real-time basis where their container is, what kind of, and all our buildings, all kinds of processing, everything is uh, paperless, and it is seamlessly integrated. There's also a concept called port community, where all the actors of the logistic system are connected through one particular interface. So port community is also important because once the container is cleared by customs, that information should automatically come to the carrier and to the customer. So those things are also developed. Customs department has also become very, very liberalized. And today, if you are a manufacturer and AEO certificate holder, then you don't need much of even ICD interface. You have a electronic lock, and you are a manufacturing you are a EO certificate holder. Your box will come into the ICD. They'll only verify the lock, and they'll give you the export permit, and it goes into the train. So a lot of innovations are happening. A lot of things are happening. Government of India is also placing a lot of reforms are happening. Like for example, Government of India has rolled out a program called ULIP, that is Unified Logistic Interface Platform. So where, let's say, JNPT software, their information system, Container Corporation's information system, Railways information system, because everybody has their own software and everybody has their own information network. Everything gets integrated so that the customers, the stakeholders, they can get the information at a single platform. So these kind of initiatives are also taken from administration and policy side, which is helping everybody, all the stakeholders here. And I'm sure in coming days also, a lot of new innovations are going to come. And for Telangana, here we are running trains from Hyderabad to JNPT, but we also connect to eastern ports like Visakhapatnam and Chennai. Some of times we face the challenge of not having the volume. That is also a problem. Like our farmers sometimes will not have a 90 containers volume as a single farmer. So what Ramana sir was already telling that we have to form cooperative and we have to form association. We have to have this kind of collaboration where we get and aggregate them, and then we could start the export import activities, and further once the volume picks up, then we can multiply those things. So that is a challenge, but for such kind of things what we do, we also have an alternative of road transport. Though Concor is a generally a rail carrier, 95% of our containers are moved through rail. But we also do some urgent cargo if there is a need and volumes are low, then we support by moving through or this one by road. And Concur as a public sector also gives a lot of incentives, which probably many of the private sector or private companies would not give. For example, credit service Concur gives. If you are an exporter and you are not able to pay the money immediately, then there is a facility called credit facility that is extended. And sometimes what happens again, the shipping line business is very complex. If the shipping liner has allotted you a box, then they give certain free time. Within this free time, you have to load your box and give it to the carrier. And if within that free time, let's say all the activities could not be done, then they will put ground rent charges. Sometimes it is in dollars, and it becomes very difficult for the exporters to pay such charges and all of that. We also have, Concur also have some rules of ground rent charges and other things, but Concur is very liberal in waiving of those kind of charges, because what Concur feels is that our job is not to take rent, ground rent and all of that. That is not the earning for the company. The earning for the company is transportation and giving a good service to the customers, not through associated charges. So those things, we have very liberal policy in those areas. And I would request all of you that if you are interested in the subject, please to visit the ICD over here. And anybody, any of your partners, stakeholders, they want to understand anything about it, or in future, for example, farmers, we can have a separate engagement session with them. We can come, or my staff or colleagues also can come and explain how to go about it, and we are here to give a solution for that. We are not here that we are just doing business as usual, but we are deeply involved in the state and we want to contribute to the economy of this state. So thank you very much for calling me here. It is a pleasure to be here and getting associated with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. No, it's wonderful. You have given a lot of information. We are aware that it is the dry ports is in the flagship agenda of government of Telangana. So I'll give you. So generally, what we conduct the seminars in core branches like civil, mechanical, electrical and all, everybody's 60 to 70% they are aware of that, even a layman also. But regarding this marine division, most of us, including me, we are missing a lot of clarity, lot of information. But with your wonderful message, everything, all the doubts are clarified. And the importance of this dry ports and intermodal transport. The importance also, you have clearly explained, madam, with a simple language. So thank you. You wanted to? 1 minute.
I just wanted to connect with what Madam Anita has said. These 20-foot containers are basically not very user-friendly for the small farmers. They are very difficult to handle because they have 30-ton capacity. So our objective here is how to connect these 20-ton containers with panchayat level model for small farmers, because their produce is hardly 10 tons and below for their 2 acres, 3 acres of land. So once that comes, the cooperative market can improve in a great manner. The stuffing can be done from the lower village level to the 20-foot ICD level through a number of farmers. That is actually where the farmer can benefit, and it will benefit the entire state, particularly the subsistence farmers who are just having very meager resources, and they really are victimized by these untimely rains and even the market price and the middlemen and all. So to this particular thing, I'm really wanting to tell, because like the Amazon, right? Amazon warehouses, where they really bring all their retailers to one point, and how their retailers are benefiting. The small farmers also can benefit by having more ICDs at the mandal level and levels, with the harvest coming from the villages and accumulating with the cumulative this thing, where these particular crops, instead of paying something and selling at a distressed price, it can reach out with today's digital marketing system. They can get the best price throughout the state, or throughout the country, or even in the international market. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now next, I invite. This introduction is all over now. Yes, I request our convener of the day, Dr. Engineer N.V. Ramana Garu, to introduce today's invited speaker, Engineer Gulshan S. Bistra. Please introduce.
Mr. Gulshan Bis is the Assistant Director of MSME. He is an Indian Enterprise Development Service IEDS officer and innovation strategist working for the forefront of MSC policy implementation, intellectual property facilitation, and enterprise transformation. He currently serves as Assistant Director Electronics at the MSME Development Facilitation Office, Hyderabad, under the Ministry of MSME, Government of India. With deep exposure to advanced engineering systems and public policy ecosystems, he bridges technology, strategy, and governance to enable innovation-led growth among the MSME and startups. He heads the electronics section of an intellectual property cell at MSME DFO services at the nodal office for Telangana. He is also the district MSME nodal officer for Sangareddy, Siddipet, Medak, Vikarabad, and nodal officer for procurement through government e-marketplace. It's a GEM, government e-marketplace. Mr. Gulshan Bis, you are welcome to this.
So, thank you very much, Engineer N.V. Ramana Garu, for inviting me to this forum. And as introduced, I am working in MSME Development and Facilitation Office since past 10 years, since 2016. I've been working in captains, chief engineers, providing them support, navigation support. So that is how I feel relevant in this forum. And when I also would like to address the dignitaries over there, respected dignitaries on the dais and off dais, and all the maritime engineers, captains, chief officers present over here. So when Ramana Garu, he invited me to this forum, and he told me this is on dry ports, how it is going to benefit MSME ecosystem, you can tell that. Then I was wondering what I could tell about on this topic, and dry ports, I was not very familiar. Obviously, I visited ports, but how dry ports are going to, be a next step for small exporters, how we can help them. So I was just researching last night, and Concur is one of the PSUs who is at the forefront, which is at the forefront in this. As mentioned by Madam, there is an inland ICD port in Sanat Nagar. So that is facilitating, and Madam also shared a story of how that sal oil and that sal butter is being processed over there and shipped to different places, to abroad. And so this concept of dry port, then I realized, what it can do is once any MSME industry ships out its shipment to the port, and if it gets rejected by customs over there, there is some issue in that. The custom clearance is not done, then what does MSME do? The cost which it has to bear is enormous, in the transport to that port. For example, from Hyderabad, it could be Visakhapatnam port or Mumbai port, JNPT port. So then MSME has to go over there, or deploy resources over there to get the clearance done. Whereas in case of dry port, if the port is available nearby, the MSME can go over there, and he will not incur that much cost in transporting the shipment to the nearest inland dry port compared to the remote port. So he can take it back, and he can rectify, or he can remove the items, which are not clear. And what happens, when you talk about port, it's very big, it's very huge, so it's there are a lot of shipments. So it becomes very difficult to locate physically where your container is, where your shipment is, in which container. So I'll limit myself to the scope of MSME over here. And what are the challenges we faced in the past few years, and how dry ports can help them, can help build resilience MSMEs. So I will talk about dry ports, then virtual dry ports, and the supply chain resilience it helps build for MSME. So the last 5 years, we have seen that global supply chains are vulnerable to geopolitical events. We can talk about COVID-19 pandemic, starting from China. I also procure items for my office through government marketplace. All the government buyers, they have to procure from this e-commerce portal called as GEM, government marketplace. So I ordered few computers. They are coming from China. I ordered well in advance, and there was not, the lockdown had not taken place in India, but obviously in China. So they said we cannot supply the specifications you want, they are coming from China. So it affected his business and my delivery. So, and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict and the Red Sea and West Asia crisis, Madam mentioned the issues in Strait of Hormuz, how it is affecting businesses. I directly work in with industry associations, so we got a lot of representation from the bulk drug manufacturer associations that certain solvents, chemicals, which they use as inputs are not available. And if available, the prices are very high. So it affected the cost of the final cost of their product, and the uncertainty over the shipment, whether the shipment will come or not come. So and also common man, the LPG gas cylinder shortages, and the increase in prices of LPG gases and petrol, diesel. So, and the congestion at the Suez Canal, then there is rising container freight rates, and also there was shortage of shipping containers, and then obviously increasing insurance premiums. So, large multinational companies, when you see, they possess sophisticated logistic networks and diversified sourcing strategies. So they shield themselves, from these geopolitical issues, uncertainties. Whereas MSMEs, they rely on certain freight forwarders, on certain routes. So in case of disruptions, it adversely affect them. So they lack such capabilities. So a single delayed shipment can significantly affect their working capital, customer commitments, and business continuity. So therefore, the question before us is whether dry ports and virtual dry ports protect MSMEs from these uncertainties. The answer is they cannot prevent geopolitical uncertainties, but they can substantially improve the resilience. So now let me tell about how physical dry ports import resilience. It is already been discussed by the previous speakers, and but the wording terminology, I put it to the wording. So dry ports provide what is called as cargo buffering, that you can store safely at inland logistic hubs until the shipping schedule stabilize. Manufacturer need not hold the export cargo within their factory premises. And then they have multiple routing options. So instead of depending on a single gateway port, cargo can be redirected through alternative ports. For example, instead of routing cargo only through JNPT, now they can redirect through Visakhapatnam, Chennai, Krishnapatnam, Mundra, or Pipavav port. So there is also CIS. I hope you have heard about CIS. Recently, Government of India planned to roll out the CIS, in the next 2 years, and they have provided budget for that. So that will the customs integrated systems, so they will integrate everything. So with that, what is going to happen is once it is custom cleared, your shipment is custom cleared, and then you have some issue in forwarding that freight, through that port, and you redirect it through some other port, then you need not do the shipment again because it's already digitalized. So it has been cleared at one port, you can send it through other port as well. So, and the other thing which dry ports do is container availability. So dry ports, as we know, they maintain container yards, they have containers. So this reduces shortages during periods of supply chain stress. Then other thing is cargo consolidation, which was discussed. Small farmers, especially Madam talked about bananas, to ship bananas. The containers come empty, and the cost increases. The cost of export increases. So MSMEs, multiple MSMEs, they can combine shipments, and even if the individual orders are small, the shared logistics keep exports moving. So how now, let us come to virtual dry ports. How virtual dry ports can complement physical dry ports. So digital logistic platforms become even more valuable during geopolitical crisis. You have real-time visibility. Exporters will immediately know vessel delays, port congestion, route changes, custom status, container availability. Once upon a time, this information would have taken days, but now it is available within minutes. And hence, then now exporters can make the decision faster. So if a shipping line suspends its operation through the Red Sea, the digital logistic platform can immediately suggest another carrier, another sailing, another port, another transport mode. So the exporter loses time, but not necessarily the customer. So digital documentation, when logistics networks are disrupted, documentation should not become another bottleneck. Paperless custom systems enable processing to continue even when the physical movement is delayed. So digital documentation is a vital part to the concept of virtual dry ports. And there is a Logi1, I think, is from Concur. So that is one of, you can call it, it can be considered as a virtual dry port. And so what Logi1 does is the container booking, the ICD connectivity, and shipping management are all done online. And how MSMEs benefit is they connect MSMEs with Concur's inland container network. So Madam also talked about ULIP, Unified Logistic Interface Platform, which integrates data across all logistic stakeholders, and then it serves as a single digital window for MSMEs for the logistical information. What else the virtual dry port ecosystem does is it provides a multi-carrier access rather than depending upon just one freight forward. Digital marketplaces allow MSMEs to compare the different shipping lines, freight rates, transit times, and choose the alternatives instantly. Just like when you book your flight ticket, the exporter can choose depending on whether he wants to ship it urgently or if he can take time, but he has to pay less price on it. The roles of CIS now, let me talk about the role of CIS. The customs integrated system now further strengthens this resilience because custom documents are already digitized. Cargo can be diverted to another port without restarting the documentation process. So integrated customs systems will reduce the paperwork, processing time, administrative delays, allowing exporters to adapt much faster. We already have inland container depots, dry ports. Some of the dry ports are available across India. And we also have virtual dry ports like Logi1 from Concur, iSCH from the Indian Customs, Unified Logistic Interface Platform, then National Logistics Portal Maritime, eBay Bill Portal by GSTN, Port Community System, Congo Port, Freightwala, these are private players, ShipRocket X, Nimbus Post. So now what is the future? What is the vision? Because my expertise is in innovation. So, and that is how I am connected to Mr. E.V. Ramana Garu also, because what he did, was bring his knowledge of maritime and applied it to daily life. And he patented what is called as a multi-level car parking system using the techniques of container loading, container stacking at maritime industry. So we supported in the patent in obtaining the patent and reimbursing the cost. And we also organize, we have 6 IP facilitation centers across Telangana, which help innovators, MSME industries get the patents and commercialize their patents. We have 2 technology transfer facilitation centers. We organize events such as IP Yatra and MSME Tech Connect event. Last MSME Tech Connect event happened this year, February at IIT Hyderabad. And Engineer Ramana Garu also put up a stall and pitched in front of investors. How many of you over here, let me just ask you, run a business, an industry, MSME? So sir is having an industry. And also I think you would be looking to start an industry, a business. Because in the maritime industry, when you work, there is a good pay. I work in the Gulf industry, oil and gas industry, so I know how the pay is. The pay is there, but now I'm working in the government. So compared to them, the pay is reduced 1/10. So when you have that kind of money, you don't need to go to bank. I've seen a lot of maritime professionals, they look for opportunity to investment and they can start industries. So that is where our office, our department helps you in starting industries. So we have various schemes such as market access, and we provide skill development training. We organize exhibitions in which you can participate, or if some exhibitions, popular exhibitions are happening, like in high-tech convention center, you can participate in that, and we have a scheme in which we will reimburse you the cost of participation. So, so this is a presentation which I was able to put together this morning. This is basically what I told you about. So the distance penalty for hinterland manufacturing. So you have the inland hub located, like Telangana is a hinterland state, we don't have ports. So we have increased transportation cost. we have blocked working capital, and we have higher inventory carrying cost and complex documentation. So what does dry port does? The inline container depot is there. From the MSME manufacturer, the goods are loaded into a container at the factory, and then it's transported to the dry port. The container moves by road to the inline container depot, and the dry port operations are such that inline custom clearance is completed within the dry port. Container is transferred from truck to rail or placed in a bonded storage. Conquer usually transfers by railways, and then the sealed containers are transported to the coastal seaport. And at the seaport, the container is transferred from the rail to ship for export. So this is how the dry port ecosystem works. And intermodal transport ensures the seamless logistics chain. Your container going from rail to sea transport. So what it does is your cost is reduced. So your transport is planned via rail, and it enables smaller shipments to consolidation. And time saving, it expedites customs and ensures predictable delivery schedules and reduce the cycle times. The risk is mitigated. It provides inventory buffer and avoids port bottlenecks, enhancing supply chain resilience. So the overall impact is it significantly boosts MSME ability to compete globally through improved efficiency and reliability. So when you talk about the virtual dry port complementing the physical dry port, so we move from moving containers to moving information. You have the availability, you have the information at your fingertips, so you can decide which is the best option for you. How many of you use AI in your daily life, to take decision? The youngsters are using it, and even yes, some of the senior guys are using it. That is good to know, because it's going to be the future. Because the AI, if you have the information, the AI can optimize your decision making. It can complement your decision making. So the information is available, and virtual platforms, they combine the information with the support of an LLM and help you make a better decision, which can save you time, money. So the virtual dry port is the nervous system over here. How you ship your container, from the ICD to the port, from your factory premises to the ICD to the port. So this is what I was talking about, the virtual dry port ecosystem which exists in India. And obviously the CIS is going to complement this further and strengthen it. So the difference between them, how the virtual dry port complements the physical dry port. So you have the container handling, which physically happens. The stuffing of the container, de-stuffing of material in the container happens at physical dry port. Obviously, it does not happen at the virtual dry port. The warehousing facilities are available at the physical dry port, but on the virtual dry ports like LogiOne, you can book digitally your containers. The custom clearance, they happen at physical dry port. They can also happen at virtual dry port. The online filling and approval can be given. The freight booking, whereas in the virtual dry port, it is limited, but in the physical dry port, it is limited. Virtual dry port, you can have instant multi-carrier access. Shipment tracking is milestone-based updates, but in virtual dry port, you have real-time GPS visibility. So these features can be complemented with the physical dry port to further optimize the shipment cost. And you have trade finance, like Madam told you, that there are incentives provided by them, including credit facility. But when you integrate with a virtual dry port, there are different fintech companies are integrated into virtual dry port, and you have a lot of options in that. So when you see over here, the physical dry port is the body. It handles physical cargo, provides storage buffer, facilitates on-site custom inspection, and integrated with virtual dry port, the data is centralized. It enables instant booking and tracking, integrates financial services. Thus, virtual dry port optimizes the utilization of the physical dry port, creating a seamless, resilient logistics system for small enterprises. So the threat of geopolitical supply chain shock, which we cannot prevent, but we can make the MSMEs resilient by upgrading our infrastructure using digital innovation tools to provide information at the fingertips of MSMEs so they can make better decisions which help their business grow. So during disruptions, exporters need physical flexibility. The dry ports provide the infrastructure to pivot it, like cargo buffering, container availability, multi-routing options. So you have your shipment which was planned to go through Mumbai port. Since your shipment is not already transported to Mumbai dry port, you have saved cost on it and it is kept at the Sanat Nagar inland dry port. So from there now you have the option to divert it. Obviously, it will be gone through the Concourse railway network, but it can you can also select if it is an inland dry port. You can select the different options you are having. So there is multiple routing option. You can redirect cargo to alternate ports based on the availability. So now how the digital resilience is built. It provides the agility and rapid response. So instead of being reactive, you become predictive. So when physical networks freeze, digital networks allow MSMEs to adapt instantly without losing their customers. For example, there is your shipment has to go through Red Sea and there is a disruption over there. Then the virtual dry port, they will provide you alternative carrier option, the vessel, the route, the transit time, the cost, and accordingly you can select which one you want to book. So the future AI-driven predictive logistics. Next generation of virtual dry port will use artificial intelligence to transform logistics from reactive problem solving to predictive optimization. So in the middle of this, the physical capacity, the digital trust built by the government of India, and the predictive intelligence built by private players. We have a supply chain resilience for the MSMEs. Now, where we come in at MSME Development and Facilitation Office under the Ministry of MSME, we don't build infrastructure, logistical infrastructure. We, however, support the cluster development through our cluster development program, common facility centers for MSMEs, infrastructure upgradation, and we help MSMEs become competitive through application of lean techniques through Z MSME Sustainable Certificate. Z is a concept which was initially coined by Honorable Prime Minister of India in his 2016 Republic Day speech, where he wanted Indian MSMEs to export, in such a fashion that their goods are not returned from the international market. That means it should have zero defect, minimal defect, not zero, but minimal defect. And during the manufacturing of those goods, there should be a minimal impact. There is zero impact on the environment. So that is what Z is, zero defect, zero effect. And we have procurement and marketing support in which we facilitate market access and procurement opportunities. We have technology and quality upgradation schemes. And what we look for are Indian MSMEs to become innovative. In order to survive in this cutthroat competition, MSMEs from conventional manufacturing, they have to be adaptive and they have to innovate. So, Government of India is having a vision to have India be a Viksit Bharat by 2047 at the 100th anniversary of our independence. So, the logistical transformation which currently is undergoing, the increasing inland dry ports and the virtual ecosystem which is being sprung up in the last decade, they are not only moving containers, they are moving commerce. I would like to conclude by the competitive advantage of tomorrow's MSMEs will not be determined only by the quality of its products, but by the resilience of its supply chain, enabled by the convergence of physical dry ports, CIS, virtual ports, and cognitive AI routing. This integrated approach ensures seamless movement of commerce beyond just containers. Thank you.
Highly observable tax, sir. People are going terrorist tutorial, but you are going for tutorial. That is without this thing. Congratulations, that thank you. And we got eminent engineer, Mr. Devadara from Central Commission, and Sambegaru, Chief Engineer, as well both states, and our Anna, Pedanna, Lakshmana Saab, engineer come, advocate come, also doctor, and IIT unit, and natural. Here. And so many people came, students and faculty. Our Prakash came, he, our member. And Nawaz Saab came, Jia Saab came, Rutara Saab came. Some people are held up with there. So next program, Rama will continue for you.
I take pleasure in inviting our next distinguished speaker, Dr. URP Sudhakar. His topic is port hinterland connectivity and opportunities for the landlocked states. Dr. Sudhakar is a marine engineer with 50 years of experience in ship operations, ship design, consultancy, and training. He received his doctorate in maritime management from the Indian Maritime University. He also has an MBA in maritime management from UK and an MSc in maritime education and training from World Maritime University, Sweden. He is currently working as a marine consultant and he is empaneled with PricewaterhouseCoopers as subject matter expert in maritime sector. Welcome, Dr. Sudhakar.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here. It's always a pleasure to address any gathering of the Institute of Engineers. And also, I would like to congratulate the organizers for having chosen this topic, which is very relevant and particularly relevant for Hyderabad and Telangana. Hyderabad is the northernmost southern city and southernmost northern city. As such, geographically, it is located at a place which is well connected to all the ports on the east coast as well as the west coast. So you can't have a better place for developing into a dry port. I understand the Telangana government has already come out with the logistics policy state paper. It's called Logistics 2.0, which is based on developing the entire logistics for dry port of Hyderabad around the RRR. So that is first information given in February this year, but the actual policy document is yet to be released. So on this occasion, it's good to be here and talk to you about what I think are the issues in the port, interland connectivity and road transportation. Because this is based on a study I've carried out about 2 years ago as a part of my MBA, PhD dissertation. I extended it a little bit, updated it. Before I start, I have a request to everyone.
please avoid looking at your phones. Okay? Yeah, that's a bit distracting for the speaker. So this applies to everyone. Yeah. Right, presentation overview. I'm talking about key stakeholders in this entire business of road transportation between interland and the port. And then what are the current trends in the this particular activity? I'm limiting myself to road transportation. I'm not talking about rail transportation, which is well covered already by the previous speaker. And I also mentioned about logistics divide. There is a logistics divide between two major segments of the users. I'll come to that. And the solution, in my opinion, is logistics integration. I'll mention about that. And of course, there'll be what is the way forward for in Indian context, and then what are the conclusions and recommendations. Right. Now, let's take a look at the operations. From the export point of view, this is already covered, but basically we have the exporter from his warehouse go to CFS to various road transporters, PQRS, any one of them you can choose, and they can take the container to the terminal, A or B or C, whatever, and the liner, the shipping lines, X or Y, will take the container to the port, and that's where it goes to the next port of delivery. And something in reverse happens during import. That means the liner delivers at the terminal, and then from the terminal, the container is loaded onto a road transportation truck. Then it goes to the CFS and then to the end user, the importer. So what is called the drayage, but between CFS and warehouse, it is called the drayage. And here the important aspect is the freight forwarders, and more recently, the third-party logistics operators, 3PL, what is called third-party logistics operators, are playing a very significant role in the entire operation of end-to-end operation to ensure or to extent possible to make the transportation seamless. So the way forward is for 3PL, that is for established exporters and importers, not smaller players. So I put a star there. Now, when you talk about connectivity between interland and port, what enablers, what promote this, what facilitate this connectivity are some of the factors we look at. What are the emerging trends? One is our improved highways. Our highways are improved, have improved a lot, as all of you are aware, especially between the intercity. Highways are much better, and we also noticed that the trucks are utilized better. You know, in the olden days when you didn't have GST, the border crossing between the states was always a nightmare for the trucks. They were kept waiting, and unfortunately, not many of our truck drivers are literate people. They had difficulty in producing the right paperwork, and each state had its own multiple taxation system. So it was a total mess and confusion. A lot of delays at the what we call border crossing between the states, and they were called checkposts, and then certain amount of corruption. So all that is more or less gone, especially in the southern states. In northern states, there is still there are some issues in some states. I don't want to name them. And also along with GST, we also had the electronic vehicle, which made a significant impact in terms of sharing the information as to what is being carried in the container, who is the consignee, who is the exporter, who is the importer, and so on. So that the information sharing is very critical for transportation. That was facilitated by electronic vehicle and GST, mostly from 2021 onwards. So my PhD thesis was based on how the impact has changed the connectivity. Now comes the trucks themselves. The utilization of trucks has improved, as I said, and then also many of these trucks are required to be phased out by government regulation because of the fuel and other environmental issues. more modern trucks or more expensive trucks are going to come into use. But there are some owners who hardly have one truck or two trucks they own, but they are going to be replaced by big corporations of truck owners. So that is already happening, who own multiple fleets of trucks, not just one or two. So, and the critical link is trading and forwarding agents and the CFS that are doubling as warehouses. CFS doubling as a warehouse because they're acting as buffer holding places for the containers as they wait for the shipping lines to pick up the container. ICTs are playing a very important role, which is already discussed this morning. I don't want to go into that. TPL, that is third party logistics, are playing a very big role for the big time exporters and importers, not the small players. And then technology, as we said, is on the verge of being integrated. Instead of having a large number of standalone apps, we are now moving towards integrated platform on which everybody shares the information, and they have, irrespective of the device they use, maybe a phone, it may be a laptop, a computer, it is all integrated. So the information sharing has made a big difference to the entire connectivity. And what is limiting the connectivity? What are the barriers? One is first and most important, the first mile and last mile connectivity. This is still a limitation. For example, trucks cannot move through Chennai city except during around midnight time. So all the trucks that come to Chennai port, the old Chennai port, they have to go through, many of them have to go through the city, but they can't move through the city. They have to wait outside the city limits and no dedicated lanes for the trucks, and especially no parking places for the terminals. This is a big problem that came out during my study. I spoke to a lot of truck drivers and also the terminal operators and freight forwarders and all kinds of people. So one issue that came out was the parking of the trucks, which ideally, in an ideal world, they should be close to the terminal. At short notice, they should be able to go to the terminal, load or unload, and come back. That's not happening, and that is creating a lot of congestion and creating all kinds of problems. This is especially for the old ports. For the new ports like Ennore, for example, is better placed because a lot of planning had gone into the old new ports, and they're able to provide by and large good parking facilities. So it comes to the design of the port itself. So, and like I said, varying, the shipping transportation needs are not the same for a small time operator who is a seasonal exporter or exporter in small quantities, less than container load. His issues are different than somebody who is a regular high value exporter or importer. So both of them are looking at the same transportation cycle, but through a different lens. So there is a divide as to what they need. Each section, each segment needs. So that divide has to be addressed, especially in a country like India. If you want to promote Make in India, if you want to promote export of our agricultural products, the smaller exporter has to be catered to with a special care. I'll come to that. So one of the issues is that the monopoly of shipping lines. Shipping lines are very few. Big shipping lines are few in number, and everybody depends on them. And ultimately, we have no choice but to make use of their services. As a result, frankly speaking, they're taking the entire business of transportation for a ride on their ships, and they determine the pricing. They call the shots. The ships are getting bigger. That's also a problem. I'll come to that. And in general, what we came across was general feeling across the industry in India was competition is good, monopoly is bad. Now let us explore a little bit on the logistics divide. If you look at the top left-hand side box, that is export houses and big manufacturers like automobile parts or tires. So they are are using shipping lines, 3PL, they're using long-term contracts, they have stable routes, they have stable pricing because of the contracts, long-term contracts. Whereas on the other side, bottom right side, if you look at MSMEs with low margin, they are always looking for consolidation because their cargoes are less than container load. And CNF plays a very vital role there, that is trailing and forwarding. And ICDs are playing a very important role there. And then it is a limited opportunity for 3PL and shipping lines to incentivize them. So government interventions are required there. On top right-hand side, you'll find exporters of perishables. They are the worst lot because they are price sensitive and time sensitive. And unless there is a lot of hand holding for them, they won't be able to survive. They won't be able to grow. Here also, let me tell you one more thing. We are talking about big time exporters and small time exporters. All the big time exporters we see today, they started as small time exporters about 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Today they have grown big because they managed, they survived, they're able to grow, they're able to expand. Same thing is going to happen to our small time exporters also. They need some hand holding, you take care of them through various means. Tomorrow they are going to be big players. And what is the solution? The way forward is logistics integration. That's what I mentioned earlier. But a single point of monitoring and entire control of operation is essential through information sharing. That's what the previous speakers already mentioned. And real-time information sharing among all stakeholders. Focus on total transportation performance rather than segment-wise performance. Don't worry too much about the road transportation or shipping lines. You should look at the entire end-to-end performance and so to simplify the matters, what we mean with performance, there are only two things, time and cost. Are you able to deliver on time? Are you able to deliver at a reasonably low cost? So these are the only criteria. And flexible multimodal transport management, and because multiple handling also causes some friction and some delays, which have to be avoided, but wherever they're inevitable, they have to be done very smoothly and very seamlessly to the extent possible. And buffers for handling the peak loads. One of the problems in modern transportation is that the container ships are getting bigger and bigger. And not so long ago, the 5,000, 10,000 ton TEU ship was considered big. But today we have ships of 24,000 TEU ships. So whenever a big ship comes to a port like Chennai or wherever, JNPT, lot of convergence happens, many trucks land up there because of peak load. All of them trying to serve that ship to get the container loaded on that ship in that short time available. So that creates a lot of problems on the road transportation in the parking lot, everywhere. So we need some, suppose you have two ships like that, that will be a big problem even. So we need buffer, we need spaces to deal with the peak loads. That is one of the problems I will face as we move forward. And long-term contracts are always welcome because then the price is fixed, the visibility is there, flexibility is there. And then integrated solutions already mentioned. And what is going to happen or likely to happen, because it's already happening in China, for example. When you have a lot of data which is based, any information sharing, information gathering, it implies data accumulation. Data which is accumulated for a period of 3 to 5 years or more, you'll be able to predict the demand pattern. For example, from China, all the goods that go to consumer goods, they go to US. There is a peak demand during Christmas time, Christmas and New Year. So they know already. So they plan like that. China is able to deliver all their finished goods to the US market in good time for Christmas season. Because they know that such a demand is going to happen and they're gearing up for that. So we should reach a situation where, based on our data, we forecast the demand instead of responding to demand. So that forecast could be a basis for planning of our network. And what are the enablers of integration? GST, e-way bill already mentioned. Highways have improved. We have seen that The real problem is not intercity connectivity, the problem is transportation within the city. That's where the real congestion is. And corporatization of road transportation is happening. And for even big terminal operators like DP are now going for owning and operating trucks. And logistics service providers, they feel threatened by the shipping lines because the shipping lines are calling all the shots. So they're at the mercy, in a way, we're at the mercy of the shipping lines. Technology is a hygiene factor now because it's not a big value addition. It is assumed that everybody uses technology. It has to be there in any case. And what are the barriers for logistics integration? First and last mile connectivity, as I mentioned. Drayage means safest to terminal to CSF. Now, as corporatization of truck industry is happening, all the single truck owners, owners with 1 or 2 trucks, old trucks actually, more than 10 years, they are shifting to this CFS terminal operation. They're not going on the highways anymore. Logistics divide I already mentioned, and container shipping capacity, because we have practically zero container shipping capacity under the Indian flag. So we are at the mercy of all the foreign flag lines, shipping lines. So that has to be reversed. At some point, it was in the news, Concor was planning to move into shipping, owning and operating shipping lines on their own. But it didn't quite take off. I don't know why. But that's a very good idea because they have very
that since you mentioned that Concor is getting into shipping lines, shipping business, Concor already started. It was started last year only. Concor's own containers are now going abroad. So that business Concor has already started, and Concor is issuing the BL also in Concor's name. Though Concor doesn't own any vessel anymore because it works as a NVOCC, non-vessel owner, the carrier. And other than that, one more news I just wanted to share, because you just mentioned that we don't have an Indian flag shipping line, right? So Government of India has already announced Bharat Shipping Line, in which Container Corporation is a major shareholder. 30% of the share would be of Container Corporation. So that cabinet proposals are on the way. Once it is implemented, we will have a carrier also.
Yeah, that's very good news. I hope that takes off very well. And because there's tremendous potential for that, there's a need for that. And Concor is very well placed to move into shipping because they have such a strong network within the hinterland. They just have to jump into the sea. And transshipment hub in south, that was a limitation for a long time. Everybody was facing all the exporters and importers within South India. But now that is more or less resolved with within them being operational. We presume that should work. Now the way forward for India, this if you look at the top part of the table, one is the global reach, and then the bottom is the footprint within India. But since we're talking about Concor, though not mentioned here, Concor is very strong in terms of their footprint within India, but with very limited global reach. So probably all those companies which have a good global reach, like Maersk Line as an example, and DP World also, they're extending into Indian hinterland. Okay, so in fact, Maersk Line is now owning a lot of warehouse spaces, and they're operating terminals, they're operating shipping lines. So we have to make it reverse the trend so that the footprint in India is extended to global shipping. So that is the message we are getting in this study. And competition versus cooperation. Actually, it should be competition versus monopoly. My guy did not like the word monopoly. I put the word cooperation. So here, if you look at the competition between shipping lines, if tomorrow shipping lines, India has their own shipping lines, like Madam has said, we'll be able to offer competition to other shipping lines. So that is the situation. If you look at all the advantages, you see the bottom line. Who will benefit most? trade will benefit most. Okay, so we would like to see a situation where we're able to offer competition to the other shipping lines and in the interest of our own trade, our own exporters. So I hope that day will come very soon. Thank you very much. And these are the conclusions. And we already discussed, I'm not going to go over that. And yeah. Now this is skewed in favor of big time exporters, and the small time players are all at a disadvantage. And empty boxes is a constant chronic problem being faced by all the exporters. This is, I don't know what is being done about that. So, I mean, there are many discussions are happening around this. And the risk of missing slot, and it's not because time and cost are the most important aspects of this entire chain of transportation. No, in today's world, we cannot afford to miss the slot. And with that, what are the recommendations? Short term consolidation, cooperation, people have talked already about consolidation among the exporters and cooperation, and then government support for MSMEs and agri products, and hedging of insurance, because when it comes to, during COVID time, all the exporters had a very tough time, bad experience, and everyone suffered. Everyone suffered throughout the world, especially in India also we had a lot of problems. So one way of dealing with this is insurance and hedging. Hedging can be done by bigger players, but insurance can be a good cover. And having multiple freight forwarders as a choice and multiple shipping lines as a choice instead of having to depend only one or two. And then tying up with multiple shipping lines can help. And medium term, that it has to be data driven, has to be planning and coordination on demand based. And then logistics integration, what I already mentioned, and the long term, please see the bottom line. India should have its own container shipping lines. I've been advocating this, I'm a believer in this, I'm a supporter of this, and I shout for this. Okay, thank you very much.
We will also show, sir, and support you. As I said, China is having a lot of data, and Madam stressed about how India regard these things. So, yeah, thank you.
For container manufacturing in India. So because our container manufacturing is not competitive as compared to China, so 10,000 crores of support has been given, and in this direction, a lot of work is happening. And as a public sector, we are mandated to purchase Make in India containers from these. So the complex stocks are all made in India.
Madam, I have seen so many public sectors, persons, those who are different from IRTS, IAS and IPS. But I have had a wholehearted congratulations to you. Being a woman, you brought tremendous changes in this thing. And thank you to you and Modi ji also. Women empowerment. So before everything, our eminent engineer legend, Muyali Khan sir, want to say some few words because he came from UK and he's a man who maintained a good relation between the UK and India. And sir also member of Indian mission. You know, in the tax collector. But you can tell something. What do you want?
I've got experience in I've got the experience in a little bit of experience of maritime trade, and mostly because you've got water on all the three sides, and that most of the exports of you can go through the shipping lines only. So we need to concentrate only on getting shipping lines in the first place, so that air you can export through the air
airlines as well, but that will cost a lot. So we need more shipping lines and to get the exports done into. The demand for the Indian goods are very much outside in the world market, but provision of providing the exports, we are lacking in all the shipping lines and ships and everything. Everything we are short in everything. So our exports, to increase our exports, we need a lot of concentrate on this only. So apart from that, I don't have much to say, but because my experience is in other subjects, so I'll be speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. बहुत बढ़िया बात किया. And we got one more dignitary, Mr. Mohammed Habibuddin from MRN College correspondent. And welcome to Habibuddin Sahab and our Venkateswarana and Dr. Ravinder Ravisas and all the team. So, Ravinder sir, we are going to finish.
I request. I request Dr. T. Rama, Giant Undersecretary, to kindly come on to the dais for assisting in the felicitations. Please. Yes. Now I request our chairman, Professor Dr. Ramnath Banotu, to felicitate our distinguished personality today on the stage. He is none other than Arif Ali Khan. I don't know how many of you know who is Arif Ali Khan. All of you, do you know who is he? If you don't know, please raise your hand. How many of you? Let me tell you with the permission of the child. He is grandson of our Mir Ali Nawab Jang Bahadur. Ali Nawab Jang Bahadur sir is having 2 sons and 2 daughters. He is son of the youngest daughter of Ali Nawab sir. So thank you. I request the chief guest also to join for the presentation. Yes, please join, sir. Madam, please. I request the committee members, Professor Dr. Jaishankar, Dr. Smurli, to join the presentations.
Sir, side, sir. Sir, mobile, sir.
So, he came all the way from UK, couple of days back to attend this function.
వెనుకొచ్చి రాజశేఖర్ అందరూ వస్తారు.
By Dr. Surana, in transport of KCR, but not supporting KCR. Sir, I have given SMS to Mir Ali Khan sir, just to give an SMS. On SMS he came here. Yeah. Sir, cousin hai, MD hai, past government. Just sir, give a small WhatsApp to Mir Ali Khan sir, immediately landed from UK. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साहब. अब December 6 को आना, Review sir को Memorial Day, and next year also we have to come, sir. Thank you. Once again, new photograph. ఫోటో తీ రండి మ్యాసేజ్ మీరు కూడా మా బేబీ రండి.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. I'm the former director of Transmission Corporation of Andhra Pradesh, and I'm also a relative of Nawaz Ali Nawaz Ali.
Abdul Sharma Gari sir, no, evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I request our chairman, Professor Dr. Ramana Banathu, to felicitate our today's chief guest, Dr. Bhaskar Bandarkar. Felicitation to Captain Dr. Bhaskar Bandarkar, FIE, who is chairman of Marine Division Board, the Institution of Engineers India, and also council member. Thank you, sir. I request our chairman to felicitate our invited speaker, Miss Anita Barik, IRTS, Group General Manager and Cluster Head, Hyderabad Cluster Concord under Ministry of Railways, Government of India. I request all the girls to come onto the dais and join.
All girls come fast. Why like paid ladies have come fast? Why is so very? Better think about it. Very happy. Yeah. Sir, ready?
Gulshan, please. Yes. Yes. Now I request the chairman to felicitate engineer Gulshan S. Best, today's invited speaker, and he is assistant director, MSME, and chairman of IEEE Hyderabad region. Now I request the chairman to felicitate today's invited speaker, Dr. URP Sudhakar, fellow of Institute of Marine Engineers, who is consultant of PwC Maritime Sector. I request Dr. Devender, Central from Central Waters Commission, to come on the dais, who is member secretary of CWC. Sir.
Madam, ready?
Okay, thank you. I will. So with this, we will give the lunch break. I request all of you to join for the lunch. All of you kindly be seated in your respective seats for the valedictory session, which will last only for 30 to 40 minutes. By 3 p.m., almost all it will be concluded. And thereafter, from 4 p.m. onwards, we have the celebration of Telangana Engineers Day. That is birthday of Ali Nawab Jang Ali Bahadur, who is grandfather of our Arif Ali Khan. So I request all of you to be present for the Telangana Engineering Day also. Please don't leave this premises until that is completed. Thank you very much. Please join for the lunch.
రమణ గారు కూడా మీసారేనా పొలిటికల్ ఉన్నారన్నమాట
But I joined with experience, so the direct recruitment by UPS. And they are pressure recruit. That is also no, it depends on how many people are there. So I was there, direct, because there was based on background and everything, they shortlist the candidate, if more candidates are there, then exam will be there. The one shortlist. What that name that the current UPSC portal is there, you go over there. Actually, I was not looking into government. But after getting married, my wife, she was prepared for the work right now. So she said this vacancy is there, suits your district, I need to apply. So I applied. And some SBI professional officer doesn't take for that. I applied. And even SSC is there, which I applied for that also. She was preparing for that. CGL, yeah. So I applied for that. I didn't know, what it does. Now I came to know. It is that. And I applied and I cleared, and this was because of designation from assistant director. I said, okay, I'm able to do these many things, so let me join. But after joining, I realized, I joined that we global level, it should be at least the deputy director or director. And in fact, in the interview, they asked me that, about this post, position, salary, heading or not be compared to and they directly they said that this post is not like they can go further. I'm not sure about the UPSC process. Yes, that is what I wanted to do. At that point of time, and if the government platform gives the mandate, have the opportunity to serve. And if we join as a district director or we join as an IS officer, have the opportunity to serve and make difference. A lot of people come for competency business. Like the startup stage here, like their initial stages, they have become someone who have become international company. And over the years, I have also learned Hyderabad is very vibrant. So startup innovation. People, and not available. Startup was still I participate the NAP program in our college, but then or every guy aspirating MHS for from very far from okay. The farm yeah. And it's from that. You can call it. So what exactly? That is MSP. Sometimes also. Yeah. And this specifically that we are finding the state program you have to implement time component. We are trying to work on that students so that the program is connected on campus. It is program. Okay. Next thing, clear. And also understanding hackathon branch. Oh, okay. Also is there, yeah. So it's fine, maybe like monthly session. Sure, no problem. Can I contact then also you have to email to put in double service. And 6 5. So center one is there. We would be, I think, maybe next year. Students are of branches, we actually coordinate programs with you. You propose program, now you take the funding from ICICI, you propose program, they will support. So, yes, thank you so much.
Is continue. Basically, the answer is the function. Huh? Okay, the official. You know that? The official function. Ah, very soon. The normal function. No, no, what they can be. And technically, to
లోడ్ అవ్వలేదా? టెక్నిక్ చెక్ చేసుకున్నారా? ఎవరున్నారు? మొదలు ఉన్నాడా సంఘం ఉన్నాడా? ఆ టెక్నిక్ చెక్ చేసుకున్నారు, వెంటనే డిస్పాచ్ కూడా ఇచ్చేమని చెప్తాం. రైట్, ఇచ్చేమని చెప్తాం. చూడాలి కంటెంట్ అంటే అలా నువ్వు ఇచ్చే మెమో ఇచ్చి నువ్వు ఇచ్చే మెమో ఇచ్చి ఇచ్చి
ఇప్పుడు కొత్త సి గారు వచ్చారట, నరసింహారావు. నరసింహారావు కొత్త సి మంచిర్యాల. ఈ రవిచంద్ర పోయిండు. అది మీరు మాట్లాడే మాట్లాడండి. చూశాడు, మీరు 148 చూశాడు, 150 లెవెల్ అదే కదా. ఇది కూడా కోరపల్లి కూడా సబ్జెక్టు ఆర్మీ కన్సల్టెన్సీకి ఇచ్చి 6 నెలలు అయింది. కన్సల్టెంట్ ఇస్తే ఇంత పెద్ద గోదావరి టైప్ లో వాటర్ ఉన్నది, ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ స్టడీ చేయొద్దా? కాంట్ స్టడీ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్? ఒక టర్బులెంట్ ఫ్లోస్ ఇవ్వడం కడతాడా? 2 బ్యారేజీలు దొరకదు ఇవ్వడం ప్రపంచంలో. బాధ అనిపిస్తుంది. అంటే ఒక్క పారామీటర్ కూడా అక్కడ లేనప్పుడు దాన్ని పట్టుకొని ఆర్మీ పట్టుకొని
Then, sorry, the alternative just the capable as a consultant, he can do any number of alternative.
Number of minds తీసుకోవచ్చు.
Yes. No, as-
తప్పు కూడా
as per the-
you are take number of person advisors.
Not only, you have to take alternative study as per DPR minimum 2.
Yes.
How you are avoiding minimum 2? Unilaterally, why you are accepting political sentiments? And who is responsible, something goes wrong to construct a barrage in 2 places in a turbulent course. What will be the fate? It will be worse than Medicata. Already they are suffering.
Number ఉందా?
Huh?
Number ఉందా? ప్రపోజల్ తీసుకోవాలి. తీసుకోవాలి.
Alternates లో చూసి అది ఇప్పుడు ఇతరులు అలీనా వాళ్ళు ఎన్ని ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ చేసి ఒక ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేశాడు అతను పోగునే చూడలేదు చూడాలి. స్టోరీ 95530.
రిటైర్ అవుతుంది పాతది ఆయన రిటైర్ అయిపోయాడు కదా.
రిటైర్డ్ అయితే ఆయన నంబర్ ఈయన కొట్టదు కదా. 95530. 95530. 5530 690. చెప్ప అడగండి చెప్తారు లేకుంటే అది అర్థంగా ఉంటుంది.
డిపార్ట్మెంట్ నెంబర్ ఉంది. అవసరమే ఎక్కడ లైఫ్ రీబర్డ్ చూసుకుంది రీబర్డ్ అట్లే కరెక్ట్ అయిపోయింది. ఎక్కడ ఉన్నారా? హైదరాబాద్ వెళ్తున్నారా? ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ ఎవరైనా అది నరసింహ ఇప్పుడు నీ తర్వాత మంచిగా ఎవరు సాటర్ ఫోటోవా ఇద్దరు నెంబర్ పెట్టాను అంటే నెంబర్ రా ఆఫీస్కి నువ్వు అది అంతా 4 గంటలకు ఉండాల్సిందే. అయ్యా చూసి కూడా మొత్తం టైం ఇప్పుడు బాగా ఎత్తికొండు సరేనా? టాబ్లెట్ మంచిది చెప్పు. ఈరోజు సెకండ్ సాటర్డే నేను మండే పెడతానండి. మండే పెడతాను. పర్లేదు ఇక ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ మీద ఎట్లా ఉన్నా మండే పెడతాను. మండే అట్లా కాదు ఈరోజు అలీ నవాబ్ బర్త్డే ఇంజనీర్స్ డే తెలంగాణ ఇంజనీర్స్ డే. రమణ నాయక్ చైర్మన్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్. మండే పెడతాను.
చెప్పు. సీఎం లెవెల్లో కూడా ఇచ్చినా మరి
మొత్తం 40% మొన్న మ్యాప్
సెటప్ కూడా 10 ఇస్తారు. స్పీడ్ తగ్గిపోయింది లండన్లో అమ్మాయిలు పండిస్తాడు డైనమిక్ ప్రెషర్ దాని మీద ఈ ఫ్లడ్ ఆపరేషన్స్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ మెయింటెనెన్స్ ఇది అక్కడ మరీ చిన్న మీకు మధ్యలో పార్టీషన్ కొన్ని వాటికి నిండిపోతుంది selected option allowance and proposal must be studied merits and demerits sequence exam hydrology state aspect irrigation planning and technical ఏది లేకుండా ఏం చేస్తారు వాడు ఎవరు చెప్పాడు వాడు ఎక్స్పైర్ చెప్పాడు సరే అది కరెక్ట్ ఇవన్నీ ఉంటే కరెక్ట్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ ఇది 1.4 ఇది 1.4 కిలోమీటర్స్ 6.5 కిలోమీటర్స్ 2 బ్యారేజ్ కట్టిందని ఎక్కడైనా వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారా 4 షోర్ ఆఫ్ రూట్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఎక్కడ కట్టలేదు వాళ్ళు టాబ్లెట్స్ అది కూడా చూడండి అది చూడు ఇళ్ళకన్నీ తీసుకోండి ఉస్మాన్ సార్ కలిగారు ఇమాజ్ సార్ కలిగారు ఎగ్జామ్ సార్ కలిగారు ఎన్ని అలైన్మెంట్ తీసుకుంటారు ఏదో నుంచి నైజాం రాజప్ప నైజాం రాజు ఫిషర్ పంపిణం మనం చూసుకోండి
నువ్వే ఎఫ్ఐ ఎవరి చిన్న ఎఫ్ఐ నువ్వు నువ్వు ఇట్లా పెట్టావు సార్ నువ్వు వచ్చింది తెలియదు పోయింది తెలియదు సంతకం పెట్టు బిడ్డ ఓ నాయన నువ్వు ఎఫ్ఐ నువ్వు చూడు కాదు ఎవడు వాడు వర్తిస్తాను మీరు ఒక బెంచ్ కూర్చోండి
నన్ను అడిగితే
అది
మీద డీటెక్ట్ గురించి
రండి ఈ రైట్ ఫోటో ఇద్దా రైట్ ఏదన్నా రైట్ రండి మరి వాళ్ళు వచ్చిన Yes, yes, yes. You always. Student of chairman, when I sick. కొద్దిగా ఎన్నుకుంటారు ఒకరికి ఇద్దరు ముందు ఇద్దరు అనుకుంటే మన జనం మనం బేళకి హాలిడేస్ కాదు సార్ వీఆర్ క్లోజ్ బై 3:30 ఎందుకంటే 4 o'clock మన బోర్డు మార్చాలి
అదే అందుకే
కాదు ఒకటి కదా సార్ రోడ్ సార్
మోస్ట్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్
కానీ మీరు అది చార్మినార్ చెప్పారు టాపిక్ బాగుంది మనం ఇంత ప్రాజెక్ట్ మాకు తెలియదు
మేమందరం కలిసి
సార్ మా టీం సార్ మీరు ప్రతి కార్యక్రమం రండి ఇక్కడ లాజ్ గో అని ట్రై ఓకే సార్ సార్ మీరు మనకి అందరూ ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేస్తారు ఏ ప్రోగ్రామ్ మీరు వచ్చేయండి లాంజ్ కూర్చొని మనం చేయండి ఎనీ I request much to make it fast. We are rather ढंग से खाया नहीं आप congrats good presentation.
ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఇక్కడే ఉండొచ్చాము
ఏంటంటే 9:40 వచ్చినారు సీఎం కాన్ గొడవలో కాలేజ్ ఉన్నా కూడా గడిచిపోయింది మళ్ళీ సాయంత్రం వస్తుంది 4 o'clock. మెంబర్ ఇక్కడ ఫస్ట్ ఇక్కడ రావాలి తర్వాత పోవాలి ఇక్కడ టైం లేదు టైం నిన్నది కాదు టైం నిన్న ముందు నిన్న చెప్పాను assistant chairman IEEE Robotics and Automation Society, Hyderabad chapter. RAS, robotics and automation. అదే ఇక్కడ మీ బిజినెస్ కదా సార్ నాది అట్లాగే ఇంకా ఏంటంటే ఏదో 4 అప్లికేషన్లు 4 కేసులు అపార్ట్మెంట్ అంతా కంప్లీట్ అయితే ఇప్పుడు కొత్త సమస్య వచ్చిందంటే ఒక 2 అపార్ట్మెంట్ ఉన్నాయి ఒక అరేంజ్ చేశారంటే ఒక 20 లక్షలు ట్యాక్స్ 20 లక్షలు ట్యాక్స్ 26 లక్షలు క్యాపిటల్ కేసులు పెట్టారు చుట్టూ కంప్లీట్ చేస్తాను 60 లక్షలు తీసుకెళ్ళి క్యాపిటల్ కేసులు పెట్టారు బయట 20 లక్షలు కట్టారు నాకు సీఏ అంటారు తీసుకున్నామని చూస్తున్నాను అదే సార్ నాకు అర్థమవుతలేదు మీకు ఐడియా ఉందా అందుకని ఫస్ట్ హౌస్ ఒకటి ఉంది ఎల్బీనగర్ ఒక అవుతుంది అయినా కానీ సెకండ్ హౌస్ ఇది సెకండ్ హౌస్ కింద అవుతుంది సార్ సెకండ్ దానికి కూడా ఏదో క్లాస్ ఉంది సార్ దానికి కూడా క్లాస్ ఏదో ఉంది బిల్డర్ నుంచి డైరెక్ట్ మనకు అక్కడ ఇది చేస్తాం కదా సార్ అగ్రిమెంట్ చేస్తాం కదా అందులో రిజిస్టర్ ఆఫీస్కి వెళ్ళిపోతారు సార్ ల్యాండ్ మనకి కాబట్టి దానికి ఇప్పుడు ఏదో వస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు కూడా అది ఓకే అవును ట్యాక్స్ ఇస్తాం అయితే నాది ఇంకోటి ఉంది ఇంకా 2 ఉన్నాయి కదా అమ్మడానికి ఇంకా 2 ఉన్నాయి ఇది పెట్టుకొని ఏం చేయాలి సార్ అసలు 7 లక్షలు పోతుంది రిటైర్ అయినా కూడా చిన్న
कहाँ रहता है తిరిగేనా ఫోటోలు కూడా ఉంటాయి వీడియోనామా అంటే చిన్న చిన్నగా పెడతారా ఫుల్ లెంగ్త్ మరి అదే అదే సైజ్ అయిపోతున్నామో ఫుల్ లెంగ్త్ అన్ని
అంటే ఎవరి ప్రెజెంటేషన్ వాళ్ళు డివైడ్ చేస్తారు
అదే ఏమన్నా ఉన్నది ఇప్పుడు ఉన్నది
సపరేట్ ఎవరి ప్రెజెంటేషన్ సపరేట్ చేసి ఇస్తాను
నడుస్తుంది 20,000 తిరిగాను ఇంకా సార్ మీది ఎలా ఉంటుంది తెలుసు అవును ఇప్పుడు ఏం దాని చెప్పాను ఉండదు ఓకే ఇక్కడ రాజ్భవన్ రోడ్ లో యశోద ఆపోజిట్ ఉండేది అక్కడే ఉండేది ఓకే నేను చెప్తాను మీకు ఏం సిలబస్ పంపిస్తాను నాకు కానీ సిలబస్ ఇవ్వండి సిలబస్ పంపండి అది నేను ఎవరైనా అటాచ్ చేస్తాను ఓకే ఓకే అందుకే నేను ఇప్పుడు అంతా నేను బీటెక్ అయిన తర్వాత ఇంటికి నుంచి అంతా కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్ ఫిట్ అయిపోయాను ఇప్పుడు నేను టీచ్ చేసే సబ్జెక్ట్ కూడా నేను కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్ సో ఇవన్నీ తెలుసు నాకు అదే అది కూడా ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే నేను మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు 18th లోపల నేను ఇది ఫిట్ చేసేసుకోవాలి ఇది ట్యాక్స్ 18th నుంచేమో బట్టలు వెళ్తున్నాను పంపండి నేను అదే అదే మీకు చెప్పి మీకు అదే చేస్తుంది నాకు సిలబస్ పంపండి సిలబస్ అదే అదే నేను చెప్పి నేను అదే నాకు సిలబస్ పంపండి
Work for I feel very, pretty, now we, obviously, over time, this is also like some costly, especially in the turnover, and now when we find that shows us some years and five, or temporary space. And you must have not too much to the focus. It is a bit, so starting with 10 to, it's a little bit for this road. Now we are very much and turnover is tough. Earlier turnover was not considered. No, turnover is company, upward activation, it has crossed company and from the office. We are doing 11,000 is there. They are having different things. Started with few shares, now they are exporting. Different export component from engineering from the so it is and since I taking course, they are somebody is a patent. Therefore, I think now they two so they are mostly innovators. And what I'm trying to do go from 100 crores to 500 technique they apply because there is a lot of startups which are that sector. They were acquiring, aggressively acquiring this startup. Because I know a few startups who are invite, some close to one of them, some one of them come to one so quickly get this kind of we all are right when once and after a year or so acquired by them. So competition acquired. They have grown for the firms. And maybe that is you also something about which may come from so it is like that, people have to adapt. Times and they go. It's also a matter of no, the thing is, yes, options are all over the market is very important. So input is there and some services they are comfortable. Once they reach a certain level, okay, I've got this clients and they are giving me orders and what happens in our so that the client is shut and they are also yes. There we will go for the top and likewise backward chain also. They are available a few vendors already. Yes, that's you spread the risk. There are other things, the delayed payment also which are sometimes they get the margins profits, certain models that they've invested in that, but they did not there's uncertainty in delivery of receivables too. That is also a problem because that's why yes. So what is financial potentials are here, spending so that they are not there. That they have to yeah, good. Now what government is rolling out So yeah, they have rolled out Threads platform where, field discounting can also be done online. So if they supply to any PSU or large top trade and they want payment, immediately from the supply to the goods, then they can, on the Threads portal, they can take it from there. So after some, yes, the commission will be, so getting about the buyer with the buyer, the commission will design this like this. Yes. So the bank is not bank, that bank is always taking the risk. When it is lending to MSME, it is taking the risk. But that's to, bank. The banker will see the buyer. So yes, the commission will depend on that. For example, yes. And then there also a direct person. Yes. So that is for state receivable this system and currently platforms are operational and non exchange are excel and they have a lot of financial both and buyers are there. But currently only large buyers. Large buyers and yes, they are also this Samadan so if your payment is delayed, you can buy it online solution first. It's faster. But there's a policy where in government mandate to all ministers, so you have to that's like there is Happy India scheme, there is that. They are most of the PSCs are overshooting the target. It was initially 20%, and it was revised. But the problem is in the weaker section of society, they also have looking for mobility. This out of that special that is what is the currently it is at 1%. Most of this also, the movement who are they are, for claims. They are company will be run by the yeah. Function of filing I have number of I passed through this India is a customer and last time yeah, very good opportunity. I also Lakshman, are you doing you are the graduate from Vizag. I'll repeat. Okay, great. Which is what? Okay. Like Bombay focus and all that. Yeah. Yeah, they have many. Even serving in the many so participate tell your boys also. Sure. Don't boys put responsibility in your I don't give the idea. So one is that we have Central Institute of Food for technical training. And then we have Sanat. That's
Not secretary, IMEI. Basically, you are secretary IMEI here.
Yes, sir.
What the? Yes, Just you can to the stall and other. Yes, yeah, okay, listen in the yes.
యాక్చువల్లీ ఎందుకంటే మినిస్టర్ బైజాన్ వస్తే వాళ్ళది చెప్పలేం కదా అనౌన్స్ చేస్తే చేస్తే వస్తారు
All the esteemed guests and invitees, we are requested to be present in here for the last session, which is very, very interesting and interesting to the Telangana state, particularly what we are talking about, connecting the ICDs, container depots, inland container depots to the farmer. That is where actually we are trying to bridge the gap. So that is the session which we'll be having now, and which will be the one of the most important sessions. And that is the one which we are trying to prove our point here, how Institute of Engineers can make the difference to the state government. Because today, the entire state, what we thought during the last change of the electoral process also, the what we call is the mandate given by the urban society to the mandate given by the rural. You see, that was a real impact making decision. So we are trying to address the rural farmers, how they can connect with the ICDs and make their farming more profitable and more confident to sustain with their profession. So we are waiting for anybody else to join. ఇంకెవరైనా ఉన్నారా అని బయట వస్తున్నారు. So another few minutes, we'll start the next session. It will be very, very interesting, I'm sure. And the very purpose of this particular choice of subject is to see how we can connect the rural zones, both MSME as well as farmers to the inland. Broadly based, it is, we are dividing our action plan from the farms to the panchayats, panchayats to the mandal zones to the district headquarters. From there, the ICDs will come. That is the plan of action, what we plan to really present this in this last session. Welcome back all the
Good afternoon to everyone. I welcome you all to the post-lunch session, which is also the valedictory session of today's one-day seminar on role of dry ports and intermodal transport in the empowerment of maritime infrastructure. Now, I request our chairman, Professor Dr. Ramana Banatu, to come onto the dais and occupy the seat. It's my privilege to invite today's chief guest, Captain Dr. Bhaskar Bhandarkar, FIE, Chairman of Marine Division Board, Institute of Engineers India, and also council member. Please come onto the dais, sir. I invite Engineer N.V. Ramana, convener of the event, and committee member from Marine Division. Please come and occupy the seat on the dais. I request today's invited speaker, Engineer GV Ramanarao, Fellow of Institute of Marine Engineering and HOD to Marine Engineering, Commander in Ali Maritime Academy. Please come on to the dais and please occupy the seat on the dais. Now I request hand over the floor to the chairman, continuing the proceedings.
Thank you, Honor together. Now, I'm requesting Dr. Engineer Ramana Garu, introduced by Sri N. Ramana Panels.
I take great pleasure in inviting Mr. G.V. Ramanarao, FI Marine Engineering. He is the head of Marine Engineering section there in Commander Ali Maritime Academy. He has got a very distinguished maritime professional experience of 34 years as chief engineer. And whatever we have been discussing, like the bananas and the carrying of bananas, he has got hands-on experience in banana carriers and also other container vessels, how they are maintained in temperatures with air changes and other specs of the particular container carrying infrastructure. So he is currently serving as head of the department in marine engineering and at Commander Ali Maritime Academy in Hyderabad. They are training and mentoring pre-sea cadets and future marine engineers. So I hand over the mic to G.V. Ramanarao for his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairman, Sir, Professor Ramana Garu, Honorary Secretary Sri Ramesh Garu, and members and distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, respected faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. It's a both honor and privilege for me to stand before you all to share a topic that is not only close to our economy, but also close to our heart, a welfare of our farmers, especially Telangana farmers. We often describe our farmers as the backbone of our society. Even our the Chief Minister also always insists that farmers are the backbone. So they feed more than 1.4 billion people, and many of them continue to struggle with challenges that occur not only in the field, but also after the harvest. A farmer's hard work should be rewarded by a fair price, not diminished by inadequate storage, poor transportation, or harvest losses. Today, Telangana has emerged as one of India's leading agricultural states, like many of us insisted. It is blessed with fertile lands, produce paddy, maize, cotton, many things. And at the same time, our state has developed into a global hub for pharma and industrial export. As someone from the maritime and logistics sector, I firmly believe that the solution to many of these challenges lies not only in increasing the production, but improving transportation, storage, and connectivity. I, for one, who had sailed in container ships and reefer ships, feel that containerization has transformed global trade over past 70 years. So my question before all of you is, can the same container revolution transform our agriculture sector? Can we use weatherproof containers to protect harvested grain? Can refrigerator containers preserve freshness of fruits, vegetables, flowers, and other perishables? Can integrated road, rail, port connectivity help our farmers reach domestic and international trade faster and more economically? These are the questions that inspired my presentation today. In the next few minutes, I shall present a practical concept called Raitu Rakshak, which explores how container-based logistics, cold chain, infrastructure, and multimodal transport can reduce port harvest losses, improve farmers' income, and strengthen Telangana's agriculture exports and educational institutes. If even a small part of my ideas can contribute in improving the lives of our farmers, then this effort will be achieved its purpose for sure. With these words, I invite you all to join me with this explanation of modern logistics, how modern logistics can become a powerful partner in securing future of Telangana farming community. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Now, with your permission, I shall begin my presentation. Screen Is it coming, sir?
Okay, with your kind permission. A small announcement. Once again, I appeal to all of you to please attend today's Telangana Engineers Day celebrations, which is celebrated on the occasion of birthday of Mir Ali Nawab Jang Bahadur. So this will be launched up to 7:30, and 7:30 onwards dinner follows. So I request all of you to please be present for the function, and also we have sufficient time to invite your friends. You can invite anyone. Just send the message and ask them to come for these celebrations. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, sir. With your permission, I'll start. Okay. On containers as Raitu Rakshak, a shield for every harvest. How with this, how we can protect your produce, preserve the quality, increase the income, easy connectivity, better prices. And this is a slide our beloved Chief Minister's Vision 2047, which we were discussing 100 years after this. His first thing is women of foundation of Telangana. Farmers are the backbone of our society. Youth is our future. His slogans are like this, which is very, very sensible. And now Telangana, often called a rice bowl of South India. Agriculture in Tamil Nadu, Telangana is dominated by cereals and millets. These account for the vast majority of the food production of our state. thanks to improved irrigation networks and cultivation has expanded significantly. The state grows about 30, 25 plus crops across two main seasons, Vanakalam and Yasangi. And one of it is another important thing is turmeric. Turmeric is a golden opportunity of Telangana. Is one of the most valuable commercial crops of Telangana. And next one is these things, chili and cotton are another very important production. Most of which these are having a lot of problems with the rains and other things which I'll be discussing in the next slides. And another thing is Telangana is a pharmaceutical export powerhouse. It is almost like many learned speakers have told, so many we export and the quality and in US recently I've been, whichever medicine I've taken is made of Cipla and other things, which are like from Hyderabad, they're all coming. And it is the supply chain is pharmaceutical plant to packing to containers to ICDs and port gateways and global markets. And it is happening, and with containers, they can do it much more easily and betterly. But our farmers in Telangana are facing many problems in getting these products to ICDs. The major problems faced by Telangana farmers from 2000, like last 2 years, is unseasonal rains and hailstorms. Suddenly, I work in a place called Gondi, outskirts of Hyderabad. Whenever I'm going to my work, there are a lot of farmers. They are putting their grains on the road for drying. And I saw 3-4 days they were very sun was there. Fourth day when I was going, there was sudden rain and they lost a lot of the things. So unseasonable rains and hailstorms. And second one is lack of farm storage. And third one is insufficient cold chain infrastructure. And fourth one is price fluctuations. When I asked some of these farmers, they were telling, I was waiting for the government rate, sir. They haven't released. So I'm waiting. Whenever it comes, I'll sell it. So poor people, by the time government gave the price, they had the rain and they lost a lot of paddy. And procurement and transport delays is one of the things. And water stress, climate variability, and limited direct access to export logistics. Like just now that Anita ma'am told us, these are improving. The seventh point is improving. Now the other things we will discuss. For all the problems from our marine background, we're marine people, we have some suggested actions. For farmers challenge, container-based solution. Rain damage harvest, we have weatherproof field side storage containers. We advocate containers be placed, a group of containers be placed next to their paddy so they can store it in that. And like some of them have a heating facility also. And the next one is distress sale after harvest. So safe temporary storage until prices improve. That also we can do with containers. Grain spoilage, moisture controlled bulk grain containers. We have. I'll be explaining it to you later. And lack of cold chain. Some of these like fruits and others like bananas and all. Ma'am was telling the the containers, refrigerated containers, you can have next to them, which they can keep it and use it. And another thing is slow transportation, even though they can put it in a container. Traveling it and sending it to ICDs is a big problem for them. So, and export barriers, standardization of containers, simply access to domestic and overseas markets. So grains, actually refrigeration is not required for a dry grain if moisture is well within the things. Fresh fruits and vegetables, these needs carbon dioxide changes. So we need containers, we can help it out. Humidity matters. High humidity helps preventing dehydration in many fresh products, while excessive moisture can damage the rice. So a control, we can set the fresh air changes and all. And many perishable products should be cooled before being loaded, like bananas and all. So one of the best solution is establishing statistically located groups of containers. This is for agricultural clusters. Like one of the top thing, we can keep 2, 3, one top of other or one next to each other, and make containers. Second one is make containers readily available for these farmers in a rental or leasing, so they will not be burdened with the thing. These container hubs will function as a decentralized logistical centers. That way, they will not have to go to a big offices. They can do it in their panchayats or in their village limits only. And the fourth point is it will enable a safe storage and efficient transportation. And it will improve the access for domestic and international. This is one of the thing where you can have a bit smaller containers, like now the containers are 20 foot and 40 feet, 40 feet and 20 feet. We can have a smaller one like 16 feet or something, which I've seen many places they are about to make it. Those we can use, so the farmers can use their tractors to transport to the nearest hub. And we call it, actually most of the people call it first mile, organizing the first mile container units. So all the farmers will go to that, go till a mile, put their harvest there. It is something like a village. If you can see on the bottom, lot of containers, and people will take their produce there and they can store. And the main point for today afternoon is like rail linked dry port at Musapet. We already have it, like ma'am was telling. So the same thing, there can be better storage, direct export opportunities, cold chain, perishable, reduced logistics, improved quality. These are the ones. This one. Now I will be talking about the containers and their thing. We have many type of containers. Number one on the top is bulk grain containers. In this, we can put direct bulk one, or we can put bagged cargoes also. The reefer containers, you can set at different temperatures. You can see it, different temperatures, and you can put even frozen cargo also, like fish and other, which we can carry them at minus temperatures. And open top temperature. Sometimes you have big sized. This one we can have a open sized. So first one, bulk carrier, bulk container is the one I'd shown. The second one for cotton bales, second one open will be, top will be open. You can just cover it with a tarpaulin. Suitable for cotton and other like tractors, anything agriculture. And the third one is the one, number three is the refrigerated containers, which like most of the ship, you can directly put it on the ship. Benefits of these containers is rainproof, rodent resistant, portability, reusable, stackable, easy road and rail transport, and export ready. I think after a good, nice lunch here, a lot of people are slowly dozing into a sleep. But that shows my lecture is very gentle and breezy, like the farmers should have. Anyway, this one is a bulk containers. Now many places I'd seen, like you can load from the top and you can fill it up as a bulk storage, and from down you can just open a hatch and you can remove it or transport it anywhere. And in this we can change the air inlet and outlet thing, so humidity also can be maintained. I'll take another 5 minutes of your time. Please bear with me. This is another type of bulk container. It is a multi-stage where you can put more. This I saw in Canada when I was there. They have a containers like this. And for these things, paddy, rice and all, air changes not too much required, maize, pulse and millets. But for bananas, mango, grapes, pomegranates, citrus and apple, we need temperature maintenance and ventilation is very important. So these are some of the temperatures. This is the open top container. The top is only tarpaulin. You can just lift it up and put whatever is inside. This is a small, this is the bulk, which 16-foot containers where he can put, store, and for these things, for mangoes normally is at fruits minus, it is +3 and all vegetables +4, reefer containers for the mostly for the fruits and all. And this is the one container silos we can have, which is like a normal silo, bagged cargo, and like you can have a small, they are not expensive, and government can give them as a like a subsidy and all. Okay, these two. So another thing we are advocating is like if the content is small like this, you can put behind your like tractor and you can drive it to nearest ICDs. This one farmer will not be losing much, and like for the transportation, he need not have to wait for it. He can get it. Like this is a happy farmers friendly mobile storage. See how happy this farmer is. Okay, now farmers pharma products also for taking, we can have a containers in ICDs or in the local, and that it can be transported to ICDs. Okay, these are all bulk carriers and bulk containers, and for mostly for cotton, chilies, fruits and all. Most of the time when I ask these farmers, they were telling chili and cotton, if there is a untimely rain, they lose a lot of money, because once it is wet, to bring it back to normal is very difficult. Okay, with this, I conclude, and for this, if even the 10% of what I said is, it comes by government subsidy or something, my target is reached. I'm very happy for it. Thanks for being patient with me. Thanks a lot.
One of your slide that probably it is the second or third slide. What is it, sir? You said that, one of your slide, you said that the rice bowl of South India. But it is seed bowl of world. Telangana is seed bowl of world, not South, rice bowl of South India.
Because I'm not very like this too much. They are number 2, I think, no? Number 2.
Seed bowl of world now.
All.
Yes, as the Development Officer is the Central of the Commission Director, I said actually the Billboard of World is not. Yeah, and you told about Didi. That is the Director of congratulations. And you told mobile happy farmer.
Yes, sir.
Happy farmer is the mobile, lot of roads are there, right? Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. We are shooting time. So now we are going to present it.
Sir.
Siraj Garu asking about question.
How much cost it is?
One container?
Yes, sir.
One container, like in our academy, we have a container, sir, for only 4 rooms are they made, like a cabin. It costed us 3 lakhs.
3 lakhs.
3 lakhs.
It's not like, for SFT, what is?
It is not SFT, a complete container which everything else. The 3, 4, that is 20 feet container.
20 by
Size.
20 by 8
And like that, which I think we have a lot of container making factories around. They will cater to your need. They can have a hopper on top, so easily you can customize. They can have an opening in the top, so you can do.
It's better to advise the government subsidize to the agriculture farmers. It's better to.
Very good.
Because they are very much suffering from tourist harvest. That's why you advise to the government and take the permission to.
That's what, sir. That is our main thing, that government and private and public, they should come together.
Yeah.
Make something good for our farmers.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Any more? You can have 1 or 2 questions. Okay. Now I request our committee member from electronics, Professor Dr. Jaishankar sir, to kindly come on to the dais. Your presence is required on the dais, Jaishankar garu. Yes. So I request our chairman, Professor Dr. Ramnanath Banatu, and chief guest of the day, our Dr. Bhaskar Bhandarkar, Captain Dr. Bhaskar Bhandarkar garu, to felicitate our invited speaker, Engineer G.V. Ramana, is fellow of Institute of Marine Engineering, HOD of Marine Engineering, Commander Ali Maritime Academy. I request Professor Jaishankar sir to join this. You would like to do, James?
Before facilitating, Bhanar sir requesting Ramana Garu to enroll as a Joint Indian Institute of Engineers, fellow FIE.
Sure, sir.
Which is very much support. Thank you. Yeah.
He is also the secretary of Marine Engineers.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice, very nice. I request Professor Dr. Jaishankar sir to present the memento. Please come to your friends and leave. Yes.
Okay.
I request our chairman, Professor Ramna, and the chief guest of the day. The chief guest of the day, Captain Dr. Bhaskar Bhandarkar, to felicitate our convener, N.V. Ramana. N.V. Ramana sir, Ramana sir. I request Engineer Tanir Venkatesham, committee member and joint honorary secretary to come on to the desk. And also I request our Dr. Sridhar Rao Deshpande garu, వారి పుస్తకావిష్కరణ కూడా ఉంది ఈ రోజున, వారిని దయచేసి వేదిక మీకు రావాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను. శ్రీధర్ దేశపాండే గారు ఫార్మర్ వైఎస్డి టు ద ఆనరబుల్ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ ది దెన్ తెలంగాణ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ 2014 లో తెలంగాణ ఫార్మర్ నుంచి మళ్ళీ కొత్త గవర్నమెంట్ 10 ఏళ్ల పాటు ఆయన హరీష్ రావు గారికి వైఎస్డి గా ఉన్నారు. సిఎంఓ పొజిషన్ లో కూడా ఈ వాస్ వైఎస్డి అంటే Harish sir, I request Dr. Murli also.
So I'm requesting Honorable Secretary Madhu Singh to put outside.
So this is a wonderful, it is a grand success today. All the attendees, those who came in the morning till the last minute, all the attendees are here. It's a privilege and honor to the Institution of Engineers India Telangana State Center. I request all of you to keep it up. First of all, I thank our chairman, Professor Dr. Ramana, with all his efforts, continued efforts 24/7. Generally, we are part-time job here, but our chairman, full-time 24/7, is available, is putting all the efforts with which we could conduct so many of the programs here. Almost every alternate day we are conducting a program. It is the first time in the history of the Telangana State Center. As well, it is #1 state center across India. So, I thank our chief guest for giving this valuable time. Our Captain Dr. Bhaskar Bhandarkar, Chairman of Engineering, Marine Engineering Division Board. He came all the way from Mumbai on our request. So thank you very much, sir. And above all, our Arif Ali Khan. Am I right, sir? Grandson of Mir Arif Ali Khan, grandson of our Ali Nawab Jag Bahadur, whom birthday we are celebrating today as a Telangana Engineers Day. Thank you very much, sir. He is also at the age of 84 years. He is 84 years of age. Just 84.
Only 84.
He is working with the UK government in the collector cadre. Almost all the revenue department is there. Called the nomenclature is different, but what I understood it might be in the collector cadre, in the administrative offices. So I thank you, sir. He came for this function only and he is leaving on 15th. It's a privilege. Today he attended in Jalasauda also, chairman and both of them, on the request of our irrigation officials and Deshpande and Venkatesham Anna, they have attended there also. It's a privilege, sir. But not only, yes, Telangana detailed engineers also. So I thank Ramana also, a convener, because he is very alert for the last 15 days. Every day he has taken all the efforts, all the arrangements. Particularly, what I feel proud of him is, he called all the dignitaries. I never expected. It is something like a 2 days seminar. All the experts. Thank you. And I thank all the invited speakers. Everyone. Above all, ఇక్కడ మనకు అందరూ ఇచ్చేశారు. Committee members కూడా పెద్ద ఎత్తున చదివారు. All the committee members, Dr. S. Murli, Dr. Tanir Venkatesham, Dr. T. Rama, convener and committee member, joint honorary secretary, and Dr. Engineer Jiauddin, committee member from civil. So everyone, yes, Srikar and all the students, and I thank particularly our Sridhar Deshpande, who is just told you USD, and our Sukkari Srinivas. సుంకరి ఎవ్రీబడి నేనంటే 10 పేర్లు చెప్తే ఒక పేరు బాగుంటుంది కాబట్టి దానికన్నా ముందు వాట్ ఐ సే ఇస్ థ్యాంక్స్ టు ఎవ్రీవన్ ఫర్ మేకింగ్ దిస్ గ్రాండ్ సక్సెస్. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. తెలంగాణ. I request all of you to kindly raise from your seats for national anthem Janagana Mana.
Janagana Adinayaka Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Anyasa Sindhu Gujarata Maratha Dravida Uttara Banga Vinchaya Himachala Yamuna Changara Purusha Bharat Mata ki Jai. Dirupalo British Sagar.